Good morning, everyone. The inquiry is resumed. We broke off yesterday following evidence in chief from Mr. Cooper, of which there was then cross-examination by the counsel and then re-examination. We're going to hear from the appellants again in terms of the landscape witness. So I'll pass to Mr. Burton for that.
Thank you very much, sir. Good morning to you, sir. Yes, of course, there was no re-examination for Mr. Cooper. Nice. Right, yes, sir. I'm going to call my second witness, who, as you say, is my landscape and visual impact witness, Mrs. Catherine Bean. Mrs. Bean, good morning to you. Yes, that's it. Turned it on. Great, thank you. Now, let me start, please, by introducing you, and then I have some questions for you. I've given an estimate for this, Chief, of about an hour and a half. Obviously, there are some points to pick up from the evidence from Mr. Reynolds, your opposite number, but I hope we can stay certainly around that mark. So anyway, first of all, you are Mrs. Catherine Bean, a senior associate landscape architect at Applied Landscape Design Limited, and your qualifications are Bachelor of Arts honours in landscape architecture from Leeds Metropolitan University, a postgrad diploma in landscape architecture from the University of Central England. You're a chartered landscape architect and a member of the Landscape Institute. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Good, thank you. You tell us in your proof of evidence, which I'm looking at now, at 1.1.2 of your years of experience in the field, which is, I think at that point you wrote your proof over 22 years, and you tell us at 1.1.3 about the various, in broad terms, various projects you have worked on. And at 1.1.4, you tell us about your work on, as it were, this project. Could you read 1.1.4 out aloud, please?
Yes, sure. I have been involved in the role of landscape and visual impact consultant on the Envar composting development since November 2020. I have visited the site and the surrounding area several times in the last 3 years, initially as part of preparation for the planning application. Then I made additional site visits for the purpose of the planning appeal process in order to reflect further on the landscape context and the development proposals.
Thank you. And there's then some more detail on the next page, as it were, on that point under the heading 1.2 in instruction. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you tell us in those paragraphs when it was you undertook the initial site appraisal and the landscape and visual impact assessment, the LIVIA, which was February 2021. And then you talk about subsequent updates prepared to the LIVIA, discussions with the county council. And then you have a paragraph 1.23 and 1.24. Could you read both of those out aloud, please?
Yes, okay. I consider this meant that I had already had a good understanding of the landscape and visual context and impact when I came to consider the reasons for refusal. However, I have considered matters afresh before expressing a view on the Envar on the appeal. Having done this exercise, it was my firm view that the planning permission should not have been refused on landscape and visual grounds. So I was happy to accept the instruction and provide evidence on this appeal. This still remains my view, and I note that this was also the position of the professional landscape consultee who advised CCC on the application, of whose advice CCC's planning committee rejected when deciding to refuse permission.
Thank you. Could I ask one question about that? Are you able to give us an idea in time terms, days work and so on, how long you have spent assessing these proposals in their context?
So the first LVIA probably would have been 6 to 8 weeks worth of chunk of time, possibly spread over a little bit more, because obviously scheme would have been decided and determined and other parties within would have had to decide layouts. Then obviously we had 2 Regulation 25 requests that came at 2 different points in time. So again, on determining those and having meetings with the various team members and the council. That was probably another couple of weeks of time sorting through all those to then obviously update and amend where required the LVIA to add in the extra information. Beyond that, then obviously as part of this planning appeal process, we first obviously got together, I think again last summer. So we visited site at that point. I've also been out again this year, and in between we've been preparing obviously all the evidence that's needed to support my information.
Okay, thank you. Now, at 1.1.5 down to 1.1.7, you give over those paragraphs what I think could be collectively referred to as an expert declaration. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you stand by that?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you've obviously prepared a proof we've just been looking at and a rebuttal. Is there anything at this stage to correct or alter in either of those documents, Mrs. Bean?
There would be in my rebuttal because sorry, what's that?
You don't need to worry about giving the inspector court document references for your rebuttal or your proof.
Yeah.
It's got those.
That's fine. Yeah, there would be in my rebuttal because in my rebuttal, I obviously commented on Mr. Reynolds' information and assessment of his viewpoints. And then he has subsequently, since seeing the visualizations, changed one of the viewpoint assessments, which was viewpoint A. So therefore, my commentary on that doesn't now reflect the changed position.
Understood. And that's the change that the county council explained in the landscape and visual statement common ground, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, and you've seen that, so yeah. Thank you. Is there anything else, Mrs. Bean?
Just obviously about the viewpoint A.
Yeah, fine. Just
yeah,
fine. Okay. Now there is obviously a disagreement between you and Mr. Reynolds regarding the chimney and whether the chimney is acceptable. Tell me, do we find, in terms of your position on the chimney, you've obviously got a conclusion to your proof, which is section 6, and then there is a in conclusion 6.2 section. Before the start of this inquiry, do we find in nutshell form, of course, but do we find in nutshell form your position on the chimney before the start of the inquiry there?
Yes, you do.
Where do we find it, please?
I think we would be looking at 6.2.1 through to 6.2.3.
Fine, thank you. Could you read those paragraphs out to set the scene? I won't ask you to do very much reading out at all, but I would like you to read that out.
Okay, so yes, in conclusion, the chimney, or ERF stack as we termed it, would appear as a slender feature at 26 metres high and 1.07 metre diameter. It will break the skyline in many views, but this will not cause a visual issue from a perspective of residents or businesses in their everyday activities or from a landscape perspective. This is due to its slender, non-overbearing nature and that the existing developments within the area already seek to break the skyline. Many of them have much greater mass than the chimney, and that the chimney will be sited within an area that already has a semi-industrial character. Amongst the local developments are large shed-type buildings, elevated water towers, and all of these are already seen at some distance. Whilst the upper levels of the chimney cannot be mitigated due to its height, the landscape proposals, including the tree belts, offer a positive landscape and ecological addition, whilst providing screening of the lower levels and the rest of the appeal proposals. It does the existing, as does the existing landscape to the fringes of the MVAR site, screening both low level and distant views, and the belts of trees in particular will be a positive addition. I believe the chimney would be a slender feature in all views, and this will be acceptable with regards to the landscape and visual impacts. It's not overbearing in scale from a residential receptors or businesses. The existing area has the capacity to absorb the proposed development without changing the overarching landscape character, and the proposed development can be comfortably assimilated into the existing landscape views.
Thank you very much. Now, you were here, I think, for all of Mr. Reynolds' oral evidence, is that right?
Yes, I was.
Having heard that, do you remain of that view, or has anything in your view changed?
Nothing in my view has changed.
Thank you. Now, there are clearly, and you've prepared detailed proof and a detailed rebuttal, and we've heard Mr. Reynolds, we've had the discussion with him. There are clearly a number of differences between the two of you that then leads to that ultimate disagreement regarding the acceptability of the chimney. And you prepared your rebuttal having seen Mr. Reynolds' proof. Do we find, is there anywhere the inspector can turn to by way of an encapsulation of those differences in the rebuttal, for example?
Yeah, I believe we have written that in section 1, and it's specifically 1.1.6 through to 1.1.8.
Okay, could you turn that up, please? So this is page in the introduction, page 2, and then over the page, is it?
Yes.
The one that begins, in terms of an overview, I believe Mr. Reynolds has had no regard to a great many highly relevant features in the landscape visual baseline and has consistently misjudged and overstated the effects of the approach to the landscape and visual sectors. Yeah.
Yes.
And then it goes on, and you say that you explain that further below. Do you I mean, just taking them to having heard Mr. Reynolds, does that remain the case?
Yes, that remains the case.
Okay. I will have some more questions about that for you. 1.17 is about insufficiency of transparency of working. Now, can I ask you about that? Mr. Reynolds explained when he gave his oral evidence that essentially what he had done is he had adopted the method you recall, the methodology section 3 of your Livia with some, I think, relatively minor caveats.
Yes, I agree. That's what I heard.
Okay. So I'm not proposing to spend long on that, I think. And then 1.1.8, which is about Mr. Reynolds drawing what you say is a false comparison between your Livia, which assessed the appeal proposals in their entirety, and Mr. Reynolds, who assessed the chimney in isolation. Is that the apples and pears point?
Yes, that was.
Yeah. Okay. Now, okay, and I think we've probably heard quite a lot of evidence about that. We might not need to say much more about that. Now, so 1.1.6 in terms of that, which you say you say more about, of course, in your rebuttal, and you do. Is that where we should be concentrating in terms of the differences of substance between you and Mr. Reynolds, or is there something else we should be looking at, would you say?
I think that is a good place to start.
Okay. All right. Okay. So you've got a section in your rebuttal then dealing with landscape character or landscape visual the landscape baseline. I know these terms are slightly used interchangeably, but that's section 2.3 in your rebuttal. Is that right?
Yes, that
Yeah.
is.
Now we've got quite a lot of text. Is there, as it were, an encapsulation here the inspector could look at to see where the fundamental difference between you and Mr. Reynolds is in terms of characterization?
I was recommend 2.3.11 on page 13.
Okay, right. Okay. Okay, this is the one that starts tranquility and remoteness is not something I felt and observed when visiting the locality of the appeal site in the daytime. There is a hive of activity, busy, and so on. That one.
That section.
Okay, fine. Now, and obviously that follows your summation of Mr. Reynolds' position, and you're responding to that. Again, having heard Mr. Reynolds' oral evidence, does your position change, or does it remain the same regarding landscape character and where you see the differences between you and Mr. Reynolds?
It hasn't changed at all. I still stand by what my information says. The differences are to do with obviously the characterization of the landscape and how it's been perceived, how the site has been perceived. And I think that also the differences come down to the residual landscape impact as well, towards obviously the end of the assessment process. and the fact that Mr. Reynolds says the characterisation of the area is a moderate to high, whereas I believe it should be a moderate.
Yeah, okay, well, we'll
Moderate
come,
with-
we'll come on to that. Okay, so in terms of I mean, we'll obviously have to get in. I want you to explain a bit more about why it is in as it were response to Mr. Reynolds' characterisation. You say, well, no, it's this. In terms of then the impact on the landscape, so we'll come back to that. The impact on the landscape. You've got a concluding section of your rebuttal, which at the very end, which we can go to now, which is 2.6 conclusions. Is that right?
Yes.
And you tell us at there's a 2.6.6, and in that you set up under the heading magnitude of change. This is as it were at the end of everything. You set up Mr. Reynolds' position, and then you set up your own. I still stand by my Livia findings that the overall magnitude of the landscape impacts would be low, and you say the chimney doesn't cause an industrialized impact in the area, and you explain why. Having heard Mr. Reynolds, stand by that or change to that, please.
Still stand by that.
Okay, and then so we'll come to the detail of that, and then as regards the visual baseline, so done the landscape baseline, the visual baseline, there's this issue. Well, you've got a section in your rebuttal, which is back towards the beginning, visual baseline viewpoint section 2.1, identification of the study area and viewpoints. You see that? Page 4.
Yes.
Yeah, and there you talk us through, obviously there was a dispute, as it were, about ZTVs, and Mr. Reynolds had introduced 4 new viewpoints, and obviously you give some evidence about that. But again, having heard Mr. Reynolds regarding the visual baseline, any change to your evidence there, or remains the same?
No, there's no change to my visual baseline position.
Okay, and then in terms of the impacts on visual amenity, you can go again back to the conclusion of the rebuttal, and again to that magnitude of change section. And do we have a paragraph there dealing with, as it were, the impacts on the visual amenity? Mrs. Bean?
Yeah, sorry, just looking. You're referring back to the 2.6.5.
Yeah, the magnitude of change section.
You'll stand by that one.
Okay, fine. So I think, having seen that, well, essentially your position has not changed, having heard Mr. Reynolds, can we please understand really what I need to understand from you, or the inspector needs to understand from you, why you consider you're right and he's wrong. Okay, I've got 4 topics, and they're all on that point, but clearly we need to work through landscape characterization, then impact on landscape, and then the visual amenity baseline and impact on visual amenity. Okay, so those are the 4 topics I'd like to go through with you. So can we go to topic 1, which is the landscape characterization disagreement? Where do we start, Mrs. Bean? Where does the thought process start, as it were?
Well, there are obviously lots of factors and several disagreements. But I think the main thing is that, obviously, given my involvement in the scheme for the last almost 4 years now. I just understand the scheme so much better. I've been considering it obviously for a lot longer. I've made several visits to the area in recent years, so obviously I've been able to pick up on changes and things that have arisen. I just basically obviously spent a lot of time putting thought to it, whereas I'm aware Mr. Reynolds obviously has sort of picked this up from the November Commission and worked on it through till now. And I think obviously looking at this, and then that's why I'd like to start with character, is obviously that's why it potentially means that he's sort of misinterpreted the SPD 2022 and the characteristics within it. And I think that's a key consideration.
Okay. Yeah, well, I was going to ask you about that. And there is obviously a difference between you two. You've got regarding the key characteristics from the SPD. Can we turn the SPD up, please? So that is, remind myself now, that is CD 4.2.2, please. And whilst you're doing so, could you turn up the, I'll say whilst you're doing so, but at the same time, could you turn up the bit in your rebuttal where you deal with this disagreement, which I think is 2.3.5 and over the page 2.3.6, is that right? Yeah. Mrs. Bean?
On the rebuttal?
Yeah.
Sorry, which one?
2.3.5 to 2.3.6.
Yes.
Yeah. Now we heard Mr. Reynolds give his evidence, and he was very clear that Witton Airfield and the St. Ives urban extension were, in his view, not relevant to the characterization of the landscape study area, so the 4-kilometre study area. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What could you explain your position?
Yeah.
And you know why you say what you do and why indeed you disagree with Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah. Can I also introduce for ease figure 1 of the proof of evidence as well, which is actually a landscape characterization map.
Oh yeah, this is the helpful plan that shows where the character areas sit. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Fine. So I think, yeah, the question was about the SPD. So obviously on this map, the landscape character type 3 is the yellow area, just out of interest.
This is the central clayland.
The central claylands, yeah, which is the area that obviously we've all been discussing in terms of characterization. So the SPD introduces the characteristics in this document. And as you can see, obviously the yellow is a sizable chunk of the study area. And it actually, this yellow, I think if I remember correctly from my report, that's about 20% of the overall character area. So it's about 1/5. And so therefore, the key characteristics, obviously, within that are things that we should be looking at and relying on. And the airfield and the solar farm are within this study area, and they are definitely within this portion that we review as part of the whole process. They are to the west, sir. They're not marked on this plan, but you can see the village of Woodhurst. They're just below in that area. And they aren't just a little bit of the study area. They do sit comfortably within. And also the northern an extension of St. Ives, again, it's comfortably within both the character area and also within the study area. So I don't believe they should have been dismissed.
Okay, sorry, you mentioned the solar farm, but I'm not sure, did you, I think you'd say the solar farm? I'm not sure that's in the
Sorry,
SPD key
I did mention
characteristics, is
solar
it?
farm, but yeah,
Right.
yeah, sorry.
I mean, I
No, it's
understand
not.
why you have mentioned it,
Yeah.
but so and just I'm sure the inspector can see, but he'll give me a nod if he needs any help from you as to where the airfield and the northern extension are. So just make sure we're just really clear about where they are on the plan.
Yes.
Mrs. B.
Yeah, so you've got Woodhurst, and then you've got almost the end of the runway jetting in. So there's kind of a loop almost at the western point. If you travel out from the site.
So so we can see the word Woodhurst.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then is it just starts near
Yes,
that?
it
Does
starts below
Yeah.
and just further
Yeah.
out. So it starts at the 3 kilometre,
Yeah.
and then it goes through to the 4th, and then obviously more of the mass then goes out beyond the study area.
And then the St Ives Northern Extension.
Yeah, so the northern extension is obviously, as the words dictate, it is where we've got the bolder word St Ives and a small, you've got the industrial estate, you've got that wrap around there that sort of comes up from the green, wraps around, and then obviously you've got it, that whole portion basically.
Yeah, yeah.
But specifically the urban area is the larger units.
Yeah, got you.
Sorry, not the urban area, the industrial area.
Fine. Okay. Right. So we can see that they are, but they are both within your 4K study area. Okay. Now, Mr. Reynolds suggested, as I understood it, that taking, I think with reference, it was with reference, I think, to the airfield, but that the reason that was not relevant to characterization of the study area landscape was due to a lack of intervisibility between the appeal site and it. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are what's your evidence on that, please?
I don't agree with that, because you can certainly walk a numerous footpaths and you can see sort of to your left and to your right, and you can see them both. Just because you don't necessarily see them within one view doesn't mean to say it's not relevant to a characteristic to the study area. Especially so when you go out and do your site visit and you walk down to viewpoint D, you'll be able to look on the one hand and you'll be able to work the proposals out, and then you'll look to the other side and then you will see the airfield. And just because, you know, a person does move around, they also move their head, they look around and everything else. So I think that just because it's not physically in one view and you stand there, actually it's in that wider circumference and more of a panoramic view.
Okay, thank you. We've got obviously your ZTV, which is it's common ground, is the ZTV that both the county council and us all should be working to. Does that shed any light on this?
It does, yes. If it's helpful, you can turn to the rebuttal figure 1, which gives me the ZVT.
Yeah. And this is a bare earth.
This is bare earth to
Yeah.
obviously match with Mr. Reynolds' bare earth. So it doesn't show any of the intervening elements of height that would be such as vegetation or housing or anything. So as you can see from this, being that the airfield is over on that western side, there is the possibility on a bare ZVT that you will see back to the chimney over quite a considerable sum of that area in terms of from the airfield. So yes, that I would say that does provide there is the potential for visibility.
Yeah, and what about the St Ives urban extension?
It is the same. Granted, there is slightly less visibility because there is obviously some intermediate topography, but yes, there is still the potential that you can see back and forth, as is evidenced when you are out and about walking around or even driving.
Yeah. Okay. But obviously, of course, we need to always bear in mind these are just bare earths, and there may be various obstructions not shown on the TVs. Yeah. Okay. the character, please, of those features, the airfield and the St Ives Northerly urban extension. How would you characterise them?
Well, obviously, St Ives is very urban, it's very industrial. There's quite a few large units in there of differing uses, but their actual physical look is very industrial. The airfield, again, it is a working RAF base. I believe they don't fly out of there, but it is used. It still has all the paraphernalia that supports the airbase. But it's also partly used, again, by other businesses. And those sorts of businesses are people that I think the air ambulance operates out of there. There's a large automotive section. There's a significant amount of car storage on there, which I certainly saw when I was out there, and it was a sunny day and you could just see it shining like a beacon. So that is very industrial to me. That is definitely not rural. The whole context of that wider site, including the bit that sits within our study area.
Sorry, did you say car storage?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's fleet, but I couldn't quite ascertain when I was trying to look earlier on this for this proof of rebuttal.
Okay. Right. Okay. So have you, as it were, now dealt to your satisfaction with that key characteristic in the SP D, or is there anything else you need to say? You feel you need to say about your 2.3.6 and your rebuttal?
Well, I guess a smaller element, because I know they categorise the main trunk roads for this SPD as obviously being a significant characteristic. Sorry, I would just find the specific wording. So it obviously talks about relatively large-scale developments, including airfields at Alconbury and Whiten, and major transport corridors of the A1 and A14, and some significant northern extensions to the towns of Huntingdon and St Ives. And I appreciate these aren't trunk roads, but within this area, they are major. The roads that go through the site, specifically the one that goes up from Huntingdon through past the site and then goes up to Somersham. And they are very busy roads. They are used by lots of vehicles. They are also used by lots of bigger vehicles, such as lorries and trucks, that are going up towards these businesses that are all situated along this road. So it just sort of isn't tranquil. It is a noisy place, certainly in core hours of business. But also the other ones, to be honest, when I was out doing my views, and you'll see this when you visit, the other ones intercrossing and interrelating, they are reasonably busy roads at key points, because there's quite a good road network in the area. Admittedly, not A roads like the SPD quotes, but I think they have the qualities of it.
Thank you. Got that. Now, the next, I say the next, but the other key characteristic that there has been some discussion of concerns the woodland, which I think is in the northwest of the LCA3 character area, but no dispute, not in the 4 kilometre study area for these proposals. Now, you recall, I think you were there, but you've for all of Mr. Reynolds' evidence, and Mr. Grant, in re-examination of Mr. Reynolds, suggested that the case being advanced by the appellant's side is that the ancient woodland key characteristic is a key characteristic of the 4 kilometre study area. Do you recall that exchange? Yes. What is your position, please, regarding the woodland key characteristic?
Obviously, it is relevant, but it's not relevant as a characteristic that exists in this area. But it's relevant, as we have stated before, that in the going and looking forward section, the character type is aiming to aspire to bring about more woodland within the area, And new developments are asked where possible to try and sort of encourage woodland blocks or woodland belts. So it sort of brings about, so therefore I don't think it should have been as quickly dismissed as it was by Mr. Reynolds. Just because it's obviously not exactly and expressly put in there, it's something that they want to aspire to.
Okay, but I just want to understand, I mean, is it relevant because of the forward-looking section and what that seeks? Or are you saying it's a key characteristic of the 4-kilometre study area? Or are you saying something else?
It's relevant because of the looking forward
Right,
section.
okay, so not, yeah, and that's what I understood. So not because it's a key characteristic of the 4K studying area. Thank you. Is there anything else to say about the SPD, or can we put that to one side?
No, I think that's probably.
Okay, great. Now, in your let's just stick with your rebuttal for ease. Of course, 2.3.7. You then, as it were, introduce Mr. Reynolds' position, or your understanding, Mr. Reynolds' position. Mr. Reynolds has sought to suggest that the relevant landscape for the appeal scheme appears agricultural with a character of tranquility and sense of remoteness. You say you don't consider that fairly reflects the relevant landscape. Okay. And then we've got this long chunk of text in your rebuttal that then talks through a number of different photographs, correct?
Yes.
Illustrative, as it were. And you recall that in his evidence in chief, Mr. Reynolds was taken to a number of these, and he was asked by my then friend Mr. Grant essentially how they to give us his view on how they appeared, and he gave his answers. Yeah.
Yes.
Now, could you please, having heard Mr. Reynolds, respond to that?
Yes. Obviously, yeah, I confirm that I heard all of that, and I still believe that the characterization of which he classes the area, which is agricultural rural, is incorrect. He also characterizes it as tranquil with a sense of remoteness, as taken from the SPD wording. But I don't feel this a full reflection. As I've stated in my information, I actually think this is more of a semi-rural landscape. Certainly daytime-wise, there's considerable activity moving along with all the businesses, with all the transportation links and types of businesses, although that, so therefore I do believe that it's not correct to say that it's rural, set and agricultural.
Okay. Now, I mean, we've already looked at the difference regarding the SPD key characteristics. Where do we go on from there to get into the guts of the disagreement?
Yeah, I think it'd probably be helpful to look back at the proof figures and sort of explain it through them, my understanding and my take.
Okay, off you go then as well.
So that's in the rebuttal.
Yeah.
And it will be, I guess, probably starting with figure 8, I would like.
Sorry, rebuttal figure 8 or proof figure 8?
Sorry, proof figure 8.
Proof figure 8. Is this your handy plan with all the features
yes.
on it?
Yeah, it's got this. Yeah, let me just find.
Yeah, page 24 of your proof, that one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's get 24. No. So obviously, we created this drawing initially just to show surrounding land cover and land use, but I subsequently, as part of the LBIA, but I subsequently marked it up obviously to help enhance and sort of show clearly what I was talking about when going through the text. We've highlighted obviously the blue as the towns and villages in the area. So you've got the main one being St Ives, and then you've got Needingworth going through, Lunchesham, Colne, Somersham, Pidley, Oldhurst, and then Woodhurst are the slightly smaller ones. We've then got the areas that I consider a bit more industrial, going up the B1040. We've obviously got the site and that area. Plus we've got a little outcrop at the Cuckoo Bridge Nursery.
Are these the brown?
Little brown,
kind
yeah,
of-
that's it.
Yeah.
Just for context for later, the star is where the two water towers are that I talk about that show as breaking the skyline, and they're on the edge of Bluntisham. The yellow are the smaller farms in the area, but they're smaller farms that have slightly larger agricultural sheds or other bits about them, but they are obviously more traditional and more rural in terms of farms. And then we have already talked about them, but the purple was on there at the time to show where the airfield was and the solar farm, just to put it in context.
Okay, yeah. You say the pink, you said purple, pink.
Purple outline, pink colour.
Oh, sorry, pink. Yeah,
it's because the two plans are overlaid.
Yeah, got it.
Obviously, I
Yeah,
did a
yeah.
markup.
Yeah, yeah,
But yeah, these obviously show, I think it just shows how busy the area is in terms of building and mass. Obviously the roads aren't very prominent on this. We did have a different drawing in the LBIA, which I won't take you to, that shows the roads, but you can see them and how there's a strong connectivity. So yes. And then I think going on from that, I think if we probably head to the rebuttal set of photos.
yeah.
Maybe have that just if you want as context,
Yeah.
then if we open up the rebuttal photos and
This is your run that starts with Bluntisham Recycling Centre.
yes,
on page
it does.
14.
Yeah. So it's rebuttal figure 7.
Yeah.
And obviously I tried to set out within my rebuttal features that I just felt weren't necessarily agreeing with the agricultural / rural, and which is why I felt it was more semi-rural. So that's why I tabulated these into the report, and obviously felt that they reinforced my observations. So obviously at Bluntisham, this is just down the road from the site. Places like these and a couple of the other developments, you know, they're quite eye-catching when you drive past. They're full of signage. They're non-natural. The information, certainly this one's got signs beyond signs beyond signs. I don't know how anybody could read those before they go in. Obviously there's lots of shapes, there's lots of colours, there's lots of fencing, and all of this I wouldn't consider necessarily agricultural, rural, traditional, certainly for this site, and technically its use. Moving on to image 2, Cuckoo Bridge Nursery. This is, you know, it's a reasonably significant like building. It is set down in a bowl, but I mean the built form of it, it's, if you actually look at it in size and scale on the map, it is a building of an industrial size and scale. It's not a small farm shed. It's all glass. Obviously, I didn't see it in the best weather conditions that day to take the photos, but you know, when the sun's shining, it's quite bright. Obviously, it has some rural connotations to it, which is the nature of its business, because it is a plant nursery. But I mean, the amount of trucks that pull in there frequently, it is also a nursery that you or I could go and visit. So there's a sizable amount of cars that visit there as well. There's obviously the advertising. It just doesn't quite sit with the narrative. Image 3 obviously looks up to the caravan, then the Woodhurst warehouse, and it's adjacent to the busy, I think this changes, doesn't it, to the B086, I think at this point. Yeah, I write that. So, and obviously this view to what it is, the caravans aren't rural. Obviously, yes, you do find pockets of housing and other elements within a rural situation. I do accept that, but just that view doesn't quite feel rural to me. And obviously if you pan round, this is one photo, but if you stood there and if you saw it, you would pan round and have a look. Then we've obviously got the entrance to Monsall Works, which is just on the edge of St Ives, and St Ives is just in the chink in the background. And again, sort of going back to my first point with the recycling centre, you know, this is an entrance to a business. It's not an entrance to a farm. Farms are often understated. They're often, you know, a small sign. Sometimes it's hard to even read the signage for a farm because it would just say Hill Farm or Heath Farm. You know, this is blatantly advertising that it's not, you know, something that is necessarily rural. There will be lighting because of the situation, because it's obviously a shop or a, something like that. And it's just very eye-catching because they want to catch and draw your eye and pull you in off the road. If we could turn over then to the following figure, which was as per the same set.
Are we, yeah.
Which is figure R8.
Yeah. Are we moving over the one below?
Or in the report, the next set of four.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're in the report, then they just follow on.
Yeah.
So this is obviously, again, roadside. Well, in fact, the first two figures are roadside on the B1040, not that far apart, but it shows that there are slightly different views at differing heights. But this is a busy road. You can see by certainly the second view, the amount of traffic that, you know, is in there just in one view. So
sorry, Mrs. Bean, I'm sorry. It's my fault because I'm following in your proof.
Yep.
And I know you're looking at the figures. I was just looking at the Monsell Works one,
Yes.
which is at the top of page 16. I was typing down what you were saying about that one. And then you said turn the page, but you're not in the proof, are you?
No.
Right.
Sorry,
Okay. Sorry. So sorry. You're all right. You're on there.
Yeah,
Okay.
so
Right.
you're still on that
It's
one. Yeah.
my fault. Right. Yeah.
No,
Sorry.
that's fine.
Sorry, are we at 2.3.17?
I think we are.
We are image,
Yeah.
yeah, image 5. I think I've listed it as image 5.
Well, no, because
No.
you've written, they're all, well, this is R7 in your
Okay.
rebuttal.
Yeah.
And you've got a number of this is the first R7.
sorry.
You've got lots
Yeah.
of R7s. Yeah. There's a blue
Ford Transit van or something.
transit van.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Great. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupt you. It's my fault.
No, that's fine. I think I just was talking about the fact that these are busy roads. I don't believe they're as tranquil as implied. And in fact, I think Mr. Reynolds even said in his information that actually he does consider some of this road to not impart the tranquility that some of the rest of the site obviously does garner. But yeah, it's obviously there are pockets, and you can see, as we talked about, I think we call it the Somersham Farm because, to be honest, there is no signage to tell me what that farm is, but that is the large chicken processing unit.
Yeah.
Just in the clip of the view.
Is that you see the things that stick up from
Yeah.
the grey? I don't know what they are.
I would assume because it's because it's houses chickens, I would assume they're extractor chimneys or extractor
Right.
vents, obviously.
Yeah.
They're very evident when you drive past this site, when you drive up the road.
And then
And they're in rows of, I think, 5 or 6 on the pitch of the building, and then they're along the building at 3 or 4 points along the building. But again, that specific building, while we're talking about it, it is large. It's an industrial intensification of chicken farming. It's this, again, on plan, the size of such a building. It's not a small traditional farm building. It's probably verging on industrialization or one of these modern warehouses that Mr. Reynolds has mentioned yesterday. It's modern agricultural, but the scale of it, the scale of the actual thing is industrial. And when you specifically drive past that one, at the front, there's 12 high propane gas tanks that you can see from the road. I mean, that doesn't strike me as being an urban farm. You know, it's sat behind, because of the nature of what they are, it's sat behind a 12 meter would be ridiculous, 12-foot fence or 10-foot fence. It just, granted, it might be classed as a farm, but it just doesn't look like it. There are just lots of these pockets as you go up and down this road. So it isn't traditional and old style farm. Obviously, maybe the way the world is moving, but
is that the rugby club in front of it?
yes, yeah, there is the rugby club down there,
Yeah.
which obviously, although green pitch, and yes, you have got one presumes the H goal is, it looks to be the size of a traditional, they're full-size adult pitches. It is a It is that St Ives Rugby Club, I think?
I think
Yeah.
it's St Ives.
Yeah,
St Ives,
it's St Ives.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously all the flood lighting presumably associated with either, you know, matches or training.
Yeah. Yeah,
Then
right.
looking on, so I'm looking at image 7, which is the solar farm. So I don't know if that's over the page or if that's on the page that
It's on
you're
page.
now.
It's 2.390 in the proof. Yeah, we can see the solar farm. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, you know, this is quite evident from the 2 footpaths that I walked south of Woodhurst. This one particularly, dependent on the angle you view it at, you know, this is, you know, it is there. It's glinting. It's you can't hide it. And behind that is where you see just the white of the mass of the airfield, the buildings that are on it. If you were there in person, you would see the colours of the cars that are being stored on it. Some of them are shrink wrapped, so some of them are white, but obviously it doesn't portray well in a photo, but that's the whole point of going out and visiting and looking and moving around. But you know, these are non-organic shapes. These aren't traditional soft curved shapes, and the colours even. And then finally, we will obviously talk through the brick merchants about, you know, the intensification. You've got lighting, and again, I don't have a picture of it, but there'll be signage at the entrance, there'll be advertising, and the vehicle types sort of going in more frequently, much more readily. You know, even the vehicles will have signs and colours. It's just a really busy scape, especially this kind of little quadrant of the study area, or half, I guess.
Okay. And then we've got
Just gonna
the warehouse at Woodhurst.
no, I was
so
gonna
quite a lot
say,
of that.
I was going to go through to
Yeah.
Woodhurst warehouse. Obviously I acknowledge then, so this is rebuttal figure 9, or if you're following on in the proof, sorry, the rebuttal, it's the next set of 4. Yeah, so obviously, yes, this wasn't there when I did my assessment because of the duration of time that's obviously exceeded, but this was the modern agricultural farming shed that Mr. Reynolds commented on yesterday. Obviously, colours aside, it's a large building. It sits into the landscape, and it will sit to the north of the appeal site in terms of its positioning. I think this provides more of a semi-industrial context. I actually feel this more reflects some of the warehouses that I've seen on the edge of St Ives, actually, in terms of size and scale. I've witnessed, obviously, numerous lorries go in and out at points, and I appreciate you can't see on the air, but you see on the aerial how many are parked within, and I've seen, because I've been into the MBAR site, actually how many are on there, but I do appreciate that point is mute from the road. It's obviously got the big fence, the big palisade fence. It's got massive gates, but again, I don't feel these are farm elements. Again, farms don't have such entrances sort of like this. So yeah, I'm just not. I think this is part of the pocket of industry that we've got, that the MBAR site sits within at this point. And then as a point of note, obviously, so when you go out there, you will see it, and it's now changed the look of views. I think I wrote down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which are all from that side. So
So 3, 4,
5, 6, 7, and 8 are all sort of taken. Sometimes the angle it's not, but it is there now. It is present in views that weren't there when I ran the LPA in 2021.
Yeah.
And then I think, obviously, either to the next figure, R10, or to the next set of images, which is to do with the taller elements within the study area.
Yeah.
Which obviously I introduced, and I know Mr. Reynolds did discuss. They're obviously high points. They break the skyline. I'm not sure why they weren't necessarily included in Mr. Reynolds' proof, because I think they're key in the area. It's the water towers, you do see them from quite a few points. I know he described them as associated more with residential than agricultural or rural. But I'm not even convinced that I would say that, because when you look at their materiality and you look at their height and their colour and their width, I still feel that they're sort of semi-industrial in their sort of look. I mean, you've even got them being used now as phone masts or whatever that type of mast is on there, because, you know, of their style and look. I actually believe one of them is from the 1930s. So, you know, there's different times and different eras, and certainly, yes, they're a way of getting water to these villages, but the look of them isn't necessarily the most elegant. Certainly not, in my opinion, rural. And then obviously the wind turbines.
Sorry, could I just ask a question in
Yes.
respect to the water towers? They're not locally listed or anything like that, are they?
That I don't know, to be honest. I could have a quick flick. I just go back to an older LBIA drawing and just see. It's been a while since I've looked at that sort of listing. I don't believe so. I don't have them on my plan from when I did the work, obviously in 2021 as listed. I'm not sure whether.
Do you
But-
know,
but I don't
Mrs.
know
Bean,
for
does
definite. It might-
Huntingdonshire have a local list? Do you know?
So we can check this point out.
We can check it, can't we?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not sure on that one, to be honest.
Yeah,
So
no, yeah, we can obviously check that, so.
we've got a grouping of buildings in Bluntisham, and that we have that there are plus 10 buildings that are listed. We don't have a spot specifically on them, so I can't
No,
confirm definitely.
no, and I'm not sure your figure shows locally listed buildings. It shows nationally
Right.
listed, but I'm not
Okay,
sure it shows
yes,
the
no,
local.
it's not necessarily locally
Okay,
listed.
we can check that outside the inquiry, Mrs. Bean.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yeah, sorry, we were on, wind turbines.
Yeah.
Obviously, no wind turbines within the study area. That is definitely a fact, but, you know, they are certainly visible. They are to the north of the study area mostly, outside. So they provide a lot of the backdrops to some of the views. You do see them. People are in two minds. There are people that will see them and think that's fine. It's not a problem. And there are a lot of people that do feel that they're still a blight. They're still industrial. Obviously they draw the eye, especially when they're moving. They're less so potentially when they're static. But I think I'm not sure it was equated to, but there was the discussion and the theme of, you know, a traditional windmill. But obviously, as we know, wind turbines aren't traditional windmills. They do the same work as a windmill, but these guys, you know, they're sizable in shape and form, and they're also en masse. You can look at some of them and there's a field of 5 and then there's a field of 15. There's quite a few dotted to the north when you sort of head out, and they're quite evident. And again, it goes back to the context of sort of standing at the, you know, walking between the airfield and the site. Yes, they're behind you, maybe if you're looking specifically towards the site, but when you're driving and moving and looking around, they're there in a lot of the views or in some of the cross views.
Okay, right. Thank you. Have we dealt with the photographs?
I think, no, there's the last set of photos are just to do with the current NVAR site.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Operations.
The operations and the plume.
Obviously you heard from Mr. Cooper yesterday, so he introduced this evidence. So I've just added it into the rebuttal as a point of comment. You know, the site, when you go around, it is highly visible. You can see it. It wasn't hard to find, to pick out in the views when I originally undertook the LBIA, partly because of some of the buildings that were on site. Partly because the mounds of compost are reasonably sizable, depending on where they are in their stages and their processes of dealing with the way it matures. You can also see the yellow machines, because quite a lot of them are yellow, and they're not small machines, and they often are visible moving and tracking across, certainly from the north in some of the views. And also you've got all the fencing that is around. This isn't standard size fencing. When you look at image 19, which is my third image in that set. You know, a standard fence is the one in the left of the view. And MBAR has got some higher fences around the site, which I believe, although Mr. Cooper's not here to confirm, you know, is to try and catch any flyaway to prevent it going out wider. So they are, I don't know the size of them, but they are noticeable. So I think that all that, along with the noise, the regular moving, the fact that the site changes from week to week, I feel that this, you know, this is already quite visible, already in the landscape. And then add into the fact that obviously not witnessed by myself at this site, you get these plumes that can be there and visible when they turn the windrows. Sometimes presumably with atmospherics, sometimes they're not there, and sometimes you get these massive heights that obviously do dissipate. They're not there perpetually, but they do obviously sit there for the period in time that they're doing it. And I think this ties in more with my thought about this whole area being a bit more semi-rural, having taken on some of the characteristics of St Ives rather than it being purely rural and sort of agricultural. But I don't, you know, I think specifically this site, I mean, it is a semi-industrial site, this and Woodhurst Farm, and it is something that is already in the character. It's not, we're not introducing industrialization, we're not introducing industry to this particular area. In my opinion, it already exists.
Right. Have you said your piece on the photos?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. So I was just furiously typing that down. Yeah, well, I mean, I think essentially your last answer has perhaps preempted the question I have for you arising out of that, but I wanted to ask. Mr. Reynolds said in the evidence he gave when I was cross-examining him, he said the chimney would change the character of the whole landscape in the 4 kilometres study area. And you recall I had an exchange with him about that and stuck by his guns, obviously. Now, I want please your thoughts on that, along with your thoughts on reflection on his evidence that Witton Airfield and St Ives Northern Urban Extension are irrelevant to the character of the study area. Can you do that, please?
Yes. So in terms of the chimney, obviously the ZVTs, if you just literally go back to basics, certainly the one that I ran from bare earth, it won't change the entire character of the study area, because there were pockets where there wasn't visibility. But you add in that extra layer of being out there, you add in the hedgerows, you add in the trees, you add in the buildings, and the visibility decreases. Yes, there are points close and there will be points far away where it will be visible, but it doesn't, I don't think it will change the character in the way that Mr. Reynolds was certainly trying to obviously make his point across. And I think there obviously are taller elements already within the area. There are pockets of industry within the area. So I think in terms of an overarching effect, I don't believe it will. Sorry, Mr. Berta, can you remind me of the second point? It was there.
Well, I wanted your reflection on Mr. Reynolds' evidence that the airfield and St Ives Urban Extension are irrelevant to characterisation of the landscape study area.
They're definitely relevant. You know, they're visible. You can see to them. You can see from them. So they definitely are relevant to that character type.
Have we dealt sufficiently, so far as you're concerned, what you wanted to say already to the inspector with the characterisation of the landscape, Mrs. Bean? So I've got a point I want to ask you about sensitivity.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I've gone through what I wanted to talk about. So,
okay. This, I mean, maybe a slightly technical point, but I want to make sure we've got it square. You recall that Mr. Reynolds said, because I was putting to him that sensitivity, I was putting to him that sensitivity has got to be how sensitive the landscape is to the particular development. And he said, well, no, it's the type of development. Do you recall that?
yes.
is this something that is dealt with in the Glivia guidance that we can turn to?
Yeah, I did. There is something.
Where do we need to look?
Yeah, we need to look at page 88
Right.
and section 5.39.
Five point 39.
Yeah,
Okay.
shall I read it or?
Yes, why don't you read it out?
So it's under a heading called sensitivity of the landscape receptors. And it says landscape receptors need to be assessed firstly in terms of their sensitivity, combining judgments of their susceptibility to the type of change or development proposed and the value attached to the landscape. In the LBIA, the sensitivity is similar to the concept of landscape sensitivity used in the wider arena of landscape planning, but it's not the same as the specific particular project development that is being proposed into the location in question. So basically, my interpretation of that is that when you assess the sensitivity of the landscape, you need to look and know what the proposals are. You can't assess a particular type, say industry, because industry is so vast. To get here this week, I drove through the edge of Milton Keynes. Now, there is a whole raft of industry along that road that I drove through, being 20, 30 metre tall Amazon sheds and all the other businesses. That's industry. There are many different types of industry. And we're obviously certainly not proposing that kind of type of industry on that site. There's no size for it. But you can't just say industry. You do have to assess the proposals and you do have to assess what's seen in front of you.
Yeah. And so is Mr. Reynolds' approach consistent or inconsistent with Glivia in your view?
I would say it's inconsistent with that paragraph.
Yeah. Now, you in your rebuttal, I think for convenience in your rebuttal at 2.4.1, you actually quote what Mr. Reynolds says about capacity for the landscape's capacity. You remember that and you see that?
Yeah.
Now, can I have now that you've heard him explain his approach to sensitivity by reference to type rather than the particular project, can I have your thoughts, please, on Mr. Reynolds' approach in light of what he has explained?
I think obviously because he was assessing a generic type of industry and saying it was more industrial in character, I'm not convinced that that was the fair representation, because obviously it's not the specific development requirements, sorry, proposals and requirements.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Now, I also want to ask you about value of the landscape.
Yeah.
Which I understand from both of you professional witnesses as another element of sensitivity. Now, do you remember that Mr. Reynolds asked Mr. Reynolds about the Landscape Institute technical guidance concerning the assessment of this? I think it's the assessment, we get the word exactly right. It's the assessing landscape value outside of national designations, which is CD 5.1.8.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Reynolds, and there's that long table in there with some text and then a long table at page 6. So could you turn that up, please, Mrs. Bean? And I want to ask you about this.
Just finding it. Yeah, so it's table 1, isn't it?
Yeah, I think yes. I mean, I think it's table 1. So do you recall that Mr. Reynolds confirmed that he didn't point to any of the indicators of value in that table as applying to this the value of the study area landscape? Please, can I have your thoughts on your comment on that and the consequences of that?
Yeah. Yes, obviously, just running down the headlines, it was natural heritage, cultural heritage, landscape condition, association. Sorry.
Yeah, we've got lots of different
Yeah, there's
categories, and then
all
we've got I think they're indicative examples of
Yeah,
what might
distinctiveness,
make
recreational,
something
yeah.
value.
perceptual, scenic, perceptual
Yeah.
in terms of wideness, wildness and functional. Sorry, the question.
The consequences of Mr. Reynolds confirming he didn't point to any of those as any of those indicators of value in the indicators of value column as applying here to this study area landscape.
Yeah, I agree that they don't apply here to the study of landscape in terms of
Yeah.
a high value landscape that the site or study area sits within.
Yeah.
But obviously this is assessing ones outside of national designations, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And in terms of any relevance for considerations of sensitivity to the particular development. Is that a relevance to how one assesses the sensitivity of the landscape to the particular development?
Yeah, I mean, I've certainly used some of these headings to do my baseline assessment and work through it.
Yeah. Okay. Where are we left regarding sensitivity then, having considered what Mr. Reynolds has said about it, please?
I think that obviously my understanding of sensitivity of the site and my reasoning in my documents haven't changed. And I think obviously Mr. Reynolds and I are probably at, again, another impasse where we don't agree.
Okay. Fine. Topic 2 then. Sorry, I hope that was the longest one, landscape characterization.
I believe so.
I hope this is going to be very, very short. Impact on the landscape. Okay. Now we know you're still at odds with Mr. Reynolds. Your rebuttal, I think, 2.4.6 is obviously ends this section. Do you stand by that, having heard Mr. Reynolds? Is there anything else to say about it, having heard Mr. Reynolds?
Yes, I stand by that because of basically everything I've just discussed in the previous views in terms of those set of documents that we've just gone through, that I believe the characterization has been misunderstood by Mr. Reynolds and therefore he's misunderstood the sensitivity and he's not understood obviously the development proposals to make that assessment.
Okay, thank you. Right. Anything else to say about impact on landscape before we go to topic 3, the visual amenity baseline?
I don't think so. That was
right. Thank you. Right. Topic 3, visual amenity baseline. Now, I give you a heads up, Mrs. Bean, that you've been going for an hour and almost 10 minutes. Okay, so we'll keep it moving along if we can. Now, obviously, you explain again your position and the differences between you and Mr. Reynolds regarding the visual baseline and the impacts in your proof, and in particular your rebuttal in terms of the differences. Any differences of principle of approach, as it were, to draw out at all?
I think obviously Mr. Reynolds and I have stated different sensitivities at the viewpoints. And I think obviously we've come to different conclusions about similar viewpoints. So I think that it might be worth having a quick look at that.
Okay, can you give us an example of a difference over sensitivity or viewpoints, please?
So obviously we need to go to the LVIA and it's section 3 specifically.
This is the methodology section.
Yeah, the methodology section, specifically page 19. And obviously it's table 7. It might be worth looking at it with a view. So I would suggest using my view 10, which is part of the LVIA baseline.
Yeah.
I don't know the core document reference.
Your view 10, hold on. Your view 10 should be 1.1.3 U. That's
It's from the Somersham Road.
that one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Obviously at the joinery works, it's an entrance to joinery works where I pulled in to take the view.
Yeah.
So I class this as a low sensitivity viewpoint, and Mr. Reynolds has classed it as a moderate sensitivity viewpoint. And obviously that's where table 7 comes in my guidance. So I classed it as low because this felt like it was more of an industrial site. And obviously there's users of the main road, but they're travelling at speed. In Mr. Reynolds' weighting, the moderate, the read is obviously residential properties with views or rooms unoccupied in daylight, retail, employment, sports, recreation, or users of local roads and railways. So obviously there is a difference of opinion there. I certainly don't feel that it's employment, certainly not employment, and as I might think towards the edges of a town with offices and windows, which will be evident obviously when you see the site, sir, because you'll presumably stop at this as part of your view of the whole area. So I can only determine the difference might be something to do with the use of the roads. I think that obviously, certainly at this point and along this road, people are so sort of busy using this road that I don't think there's necessarily time to concentrate on looking around you. You're looking forward, and at this point you're looking forward at a very busy junction that you need to concentrate on. So just because there are many people using it, I don't think that necessarily classes as a sizable amount of receptors, because I think actually because of the type of driving, you're probably less sensitive to your surroundings. Whereas I wonder, but obviously we didn't discuss whether Mr. Reynolds, I think he said in it, was that potentially he sees more traffic, more cars as more receptors. So therefore there it has a higher weighting because there are, I believe that it was implied because there were more people in the area. So that could be the difference, but obviously it's not something that we cross-talked about or was discussed with Mr. Reynolds.
No, but okay, but you would disagree with that, obviously, basically for the reasons you just gave, right?
So I think it's items like that why there might be differences, because obviously there's again this difference of professional opinion.
Right, thank you. That's helpful. Right, okay. Can we move to topic 4, the impact on visual amenity, please? Yeah. Now, what I was going to suggest, and I don't know if there's time, I was going to suggest that you take a precautionary approach. And by what that I mean, look at the viewpoints that Mr. Reynolds says are the most impacted. So the ones with the highest level of significance of effect, I think is the right terminology. Yeah. Well,
certainly, I think giving time, we'll probably try not to look at all of them, but because I believe there's 6 or 7, but I will certainly guide it through a couple that I took, and then obviously we'll look at his 2.
Okay. I mean, just so you know what I was thinking, and I had in mind, Mr. Reynolds has obviously got the table 4.2 that I don't think we'll go into the detail of, you know, whether it's a like-for-like comparison with you anymore, so we've probably gone through that, but that does at least allow us to see, I think, what Mr. Reynolds says in tabular form about the significance of effect, as I understand it. He's the top line for each one, I think.
Yes.
Yeah. And we need, of course, to bear in mind that he's changed for viewpoint A, but I think that's the change in terms of his
viewpoint A has changed. That's actually come down in terms of significance. So actually, that's not in your in that top
No.
highlight list now.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
All right, so so please then
Yeah.
add a clip, take us through the
Yeah.
ones he says experience the highest significance of effect.
So looking at that table, just to confirm, I interpret it to be view 1,
Yeah,
view 2,
yeah,
view 4,
yeah,
view 8,
yeah,
view 10,
yeah,
and then Mr. Reynolds, C and D,
yeah,
because
okay,
their significance is major to moderate adverse.
okay,
So view
Yeah.
1, the pack that you had from the LBIA, view 1 is the first view, obviously, in that. It is split over to 2 views because of the length of it, but I probably will just focus on the first view. The second part was to give it context for the wider horizon.
yeah. I think that's
Um,
CD 1.13H, I think.
And I.
Yeah, yeah,
So this is one of the closer views to the site, taken on Bluntisham Heath Road. Obviously, we're looking across on a flat level to the site, and we're looking at the existing buildings. You can see the fencing that we discussed earlier. You can see the mounds of compost, and obviously the sheds and buildings, and you can see on the bottom of my view where I believe the approximate site extents will be, and that will be consistent on all of the views when you look at them. So Mr. Reynolds obviously rated this as a major moderate adverse, which is why we're looking at it. I rated it as a moderate, and again, I think some of that is due to the understanding and disagreement about sensitivity, but also then the understanding and about magnitude of change. So in my section 3 methodology, there is a graphic that tabulates how you use sensitivity and magnitude of change to get to significance. We won't go through that now, but obviously if you look through the report, you can obviously do that. So I just think, you know, this view, it's another busy road, and you know the view is flat, you're close, and you're just looking obviously across, so it's going to be quite evidential what you're looking at, but actually the set of receptors and obviously the change, in my opinion, obviously wasn't as strong as Mr. Reynolds, because you've already looking across at this industrial landscape, you've already got types of buildings that will be obviously put in place if the permission was granted. They are of similar levels and similar heights to some of the buildings, and then as they go down the slope, which is actually away from this view, the taller ones are there, but they're flattened down because the view of the landform sort of goes down a bit. So that obviously the difference is obviously that's why we've got it, and I think it's understanding those proposals and understanding the scheme and understanding this description. So
okay, thank you. Next one.
Yeah, viewpoint 2.
Yep. I'm not going to call out the CD numbers, so we just go through them.
No, well, we actually have a photo montage of this, so it might be easier to actually look at the photo montage of this. So that's in the back of the same pack.
1.3K then, yeah.
Yeah, it's in the back of the same pack of documents. So viewpoint 2.
Yeah.
So obviously, as has been discussed previously, the photo montage does show the proposals in purple. This was helped to just illustrate. So it's 1022, or have you found it?
Yeah, but it's CD is 1.1.3K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the blocking of the purple information obviously shows the site. It shows it a bit more in its worst case scenario, just to help everybody understand where it's positioned. But it's sat on this horizontal view. You can see the tops of the buildings of Envar, but in this view you can also see private residential properties along the road. You can see farms. You can see trees of slightly woodland block massing, and then you can also see individual trees. And again, there was actually, we both came to the same agreement on this one. So we both class this view as major, moderate, averse. So we are in agreement across the board, I think, on all of these. But obviously the proposal only is a small section of this view, and it is sat behind a lot of the visible elements on the view because we've come that slightly bit further away.
Yeah. Well, sorry. I mean, you obviously you say we came to
Sorry.
the agreement on this one. I mean,
Well,
you're
okay.
assessing the whole proposals, and Mr.
Sorry,
to
yeah.
explain, Mr. Reynolds is assessing only the chimney.
Okay, that's true. Yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, all buildings are going to break the skyline here, including the chimney. Existing buildings already do. Existing houses already do. Pylons do. It's just another layer on this view, I think. I think I said 4 next.
Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Back again in the same pack, but back to the front at 4 because this isn't a photo montage. So I've got it as drawing 1014. I don't know its CD number.
CD 1.13N. I will call them out because you're obviously working from different packs, Mrs. Bean. 1.13N.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is on the verge outside, actually, the Cuckoo Bridge Nursery. We've kind of already seen this view as part of my rebuttal information. So we're slightly flat. We're looking up. We can obviously see the layering up that's going on in terms of the built development because you've got the nursery just visible when you stand there. You can see the caravan site. You can see the mounds of compost on site, dependent on their situation in that particular point in time. And then you can obviously see the buildings on site and you've got the road in front of you and along with the pylons. And view 4, Mr. Reynolds classes as major, moderate again, and I class this as moderate. And I believe
for the proposals as a whole.
Proposals as a whole. Obviously the site will be, the appeal proposals will be visible, that they are going to be there just on the horizon in the backdrop. The chimney will be visible. They will break the skyline, so do the existing buildings and so do some of the existing information. So it's just the massing, it's the layering of it. There is a wider red line here, which obviously represents the entire NVAR site. But obviously, as you know from Mr. Cooper's evidence yesterday, the buildings are slightly more concentrated in terms of they're not necessarily going across and spanning the whole of that view. He has got areas where he's putting compost, but in terms of the actual height, the buildings at the of height.
Yep.
I think we said, remind myself of what I said next. Is it viewpoint 8? Yeah.
Yeah.
So viewpoint 8 is well, yeah, CD number I don't know, but it's drawing 1018. And this is taking at the entrance to the Raptor Foundation, but also the building in the foreground is the entrance to the Woodhurst warehouse.
Yeah.
Again, you've got the road in front of you. You've obviously got the pylons going on. In this particular instance, in this stretch, you've actually got a lot of roadside vegetation going on. So Mr. Reynolds had it as a major, moderate, averse, and I had it as a moderate, obviously based on the fact that, you know, yes, we've obviously got some receptors like the Raptor Foundation, and we've got road users, but we've obviously got other things going on, and it just all sort of ties together. It is going to be seen, but it will be seen behind the intervening vegetation, so it's not going to be as prominent as if those trees weren't there.
Yeah.
Or the existing information. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to be quick.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, you know,
no, that's fine. I'm aware.
The inspector is going. He's going to see on site. So
yeah. So yes, view 10. Well, we've already looked at view 10 and discussed view 10, so we can skip that one.
Skip that one.
And then obviously we've got the 2 from Mr. Reynolds, which I did as part of the rebuttal process.
Yeah.
which are
Yeah, let's
montage.
turn those up. Actually, I've got one, I do have one question in my notes on viewpoint A, when you've turned them up, Mr. Reynolds, viewpoint A.
Yep,
Have you turned it up?
yeah.
Do you remember Mr. Reynolds said, well, effectively, there's a tree in the way of the chimney here, but you know, if you moved, you'd see it.
I don't think.
Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember the point. I
Yeah.
don't think you'd see it. It just, I know I've got the benefit of having seen the raw versions of these, not the printed documents, but I do know for a fact that the chimney is millimeters above that that vegetated hedgerow or horizon. You will not see it.
And remind, these photographs are taken when and what season?
They were taken in the optimum season for taking LBIA photos, which was in January, so in winter leaf. So obviously any view of this would be more beneficial as spring and summer comes in.
Yeah, fine, okay. Sorry, viewpoint C you were going to.
Yeah. So obviously this was Mr. Reynolds' one taken on the road.
Somersham Road.
On the well, it's written as Somersham, but I thought it was the B1040 actually.
Yeah,
I
it's
believe
the
that
Somersham
label's
Road,
wrong.
south of the crossroads. And
Yes.
not St Ives Road, north of the crossroads.
Yeah, it's the B number's wrong there on it. But again, we draw different conclusions, partly because of the difference of the assessment, but this is where I think there's a strong disagreement, because the chimney just isn't going to be highly visible. It is there. I'm not saying it's not visible. And I accept that you're going to travel up and down this road, but this is where my other viewpoint 10 is further up. And because of the landform, because of the existing sheds that are being retained, you just aren't going to see it. And I mean, the width of it at this one still point, you know, the width of that chimney is significantly smaller than the width of the pylon that is in the view. The tree trunks that are in the view. I just don't feel that I can give it the same weighting, obviously, as was afforded by Mr. Reynolds.
Fine, thank you.
And then, yeah, obviously D, which is the footpath to the which is turnover, the next one, footpath, or south of Woodhurst.
Yeah.
And yes, albeit for different assessments, we have obviously both reached a major moderate averse, and I think that is appropriate in this point. You can and you will see the building. It is at the same level as the existing buildings. The height of the chimney, though, is no taller than the woodland surrounding it. It's no taller than some of the trees that are along the Wheatsheaf Road. But there's no, the photo montage obviously tells the picture on this one. You can see it.
Yeah, okay. I've got a question about landscaping. I know you've assessed the proposals at year 0, and I keep having to remind myself you've assessed the proposals, and Mr. Reynolds has assessed only the chimney, which is a complete or whatever it is. But can you give the inspector, please, your summation of and I don't want you to go back over the views, but as it were, walking round 360, as it were, what the landscaping will do to the views once it is mature, and tell us what you think of as mature as well, actually.
Well, there's a bunding that is proposed, and on top of that bunding they're citing, I believe, 4 rows of trees, and that bunding is going to be on the east of the development, and the north of the development, with other little pockets, but those are the 2 biggest areas. And I think it was agreed, not by myself, but a colleague on this has done the landscaping, I've just done the visual, that at maturity, the trees are going to get to about 15 metres in height. And obviously they're positioned slightly more elevated on a bund. I can't recall the precise technicality of the bund. And obviously most of the buildings in sight are below this. So once they reach maturity, the hope and the aim, and obviously the discussion with the council officers, was that we should hopefully see a reasonable mass of green, and we'll start to peel away the fact that you can see the buildings. but I've not assessed that.
Mm.
I only assessed year 0 at completion.
Yeah.
But that is what the hope and the intent, and that's the behind it all.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to check, you said those were the two biggest areas, the Bunding
Yeah.
East and North tree planting. There is, of course, the central tree belt,
Yes,
isn't there?
yes, there is a divider.
Yeah,
It's on the same level as the exterior. So I don't think it's going to cause any more visual height, but obviously it'll add a layering effect from the north. But
yeah,
I think they're going to be the same height. It will just they'll be layered when you look at it to the view.
yeah, okay. Mr. Reynolds expressed, I think it's fair to say, surprise that you had not provided what he described as year 15 assessment, and that you'd not provided, I think what might be called realistic the visualizations where you actually rendered visualizations. Is that the right word? Where you actually try to show the building as it would look.
Yeah.
And his essential point was because your ones are showing a worse or worse than worst case, and generally applicants want to show the best case. Can I have your evidence on that, please?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't do a year 15 or potentially even a year 25 because sometimes, as Mr. Reynolds said, it's reasonably consistent to do that, just because we knew there was, I guess, the worst case scenario was the ultimate scenario to run with. We know that over time it can be improved, certainly with the mitigation that's been put in, but it's obviously going to take time for that, for trees to mature. They don't mature overnight. They don't mature in 2 or 3 years. They will take some time. And I think we just wanted to be honest and just show what could be seen. I know the first iteration of montages that went internally towards the team, it was just felt that you couldn't define between the existing and the proposed easily. So there was this discussion to put this purple overlay on to help the layperson out and about and at the planning consultation process understand what was actually meant by the proposals that were being existing and retained, because obviously they're retaining some buildings on site, they're not, and we're obviously moving a lot around. It's not just a straightforward plain site.
Okay, I didn't realise so you had a first set of montages.
They didn't come out
and
wider. The background files were circulated.
Right. Okay. Okay. Understood. Right. Anything else to say about impacts on visual amenity?
No.
No,
Try
good.
not to be too long.
Okay. Well, now I've got one final subtopic left, Sarah, if you'll indulge me, because it's just to see where this leaves us. Thank you. I'm very grateful. So those are all as it were the 4 big topics that get us here. Now, of course, we have got ultimately a difference between you and Mr. Reynolds regarding policy compliance and acceptability. I'm not going to ask you about policy interpretation. You've obviously said you've said your piece and your proof to get you to the point where you feel you can, as it were, address the policies. I just want to take where we know the issues are, given the benefit of you hearing Mr. Reynolds, just have your evidence on them, and they're fairly short. There's a requirement in local policy and the National Planning Policy Framework to, quote, recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And you'll recall Mr. Reynolds said, he said the proposals were doing, I think, their best to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside in terms of their design. But as I understand it, his position is that, at least as regards the chimney, they're not, or the chimney's not recognising the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. So can I have your evidence on that, please?
I think obviously the impact of the chimney and the development, I believe, is actually going to be limited. I don't think as it's going to affect the wider landscape. I think my brief even potentially caveated it between 2 to 3 kilometres, it will start to fade out, which obviously is within my study area. And I do think that they do recognise this, I think, intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. I think, as I hope I've explained, they're going to sit comfortably within what we've already got within the existing. There is already this established character for the type of the proposals. Obviously, I think it was discussed because we looked at the elevations previously. You know, they're going to be green sheds and they're going to be steel frame. There's already evidence of this within the area. The chimney is going to be obviously a pale grey. It's as slim, it's tall, and I just feel that that does fit in with what we've got going on already. And obviously over time, hopefully the proposals will somehow merge in with the landscape, because that's what is supposed to happen, with the fact that the central tree belt is going to obviously establish and mature, which I think will help and will provide a positive effect for the environment and obviously for the views. I think that's why I sort of draw the conclusion that obviously there was low residual effects when obviously all elements were in place.
Thank you. Now there's could I ask you a question about the siting of the chimney, and in the context of, there was a pre-application piece of advice from the county council, you're aware of that?
Yeah.
And we've got it in the core documents towards the start of the core documents, and that was CD 1.2A. Turn it up if you need to, but you may not need to. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I know I had to write a paragraph about this as part of one of the regulation 25 pits in the LVIA, and it was was it accepted that we had cited the chimney to a position that's best suited the landscape, the views, as well as the site, and it did move. Obviously, it's in the position it has to also suit the buildings, and you can see that there are a lot of buildings that need to go on this site to afford what MBAR's vision is, but it did move as a result of that question, and that I think there was also maybe something, I could be wrong, mentioned in that regulation 25, but I could be wrong. I just know I had to write it as part of that.
Okay. And it moved to be, do you know where it moved from to in broad terms?
I think it moved slightly more internal.
Yeah.
I think it moved away from the boundary, but which boundary, I'm not sure. I can't recall.
Now there's another piece of policy, of course, which is there's a piece of policy requirement that the design is to be, this is policy 17 of the Minerals and Waste Plan, sympathetic. That's one limb, and there's another limb, that's the F limb of policy 17, and the other limb is about the landscape enhancement scheme, which asks that the that scheme, I think, assimilate the developments. Can I have your, obviously you've had Mr. Reynolds' evidence on that, and it's a similar theme regards the design as to whether it's sympathetic. Essentially, his position was, well, it's doing what it can to be sympathetic, but he doesn't think it is sympathetic. So can I have your and similarly, say, I think the same regarding assimilation. He doesn't doing what it can, but doesn't consider it is assimilated.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I would say that it is sympathetic, because obviously the proposals as a whole, which I assessed, the sheds and all the other information that went into that background information, they do sort of match the character of the area. They do, they don't jar, they don't cause too much contrast. So yes, I think it is sympathetic. Assimilate, I guess it depends on the interpretation, but I kind of felt like it was to blend in, and obviously not be hidden. And I don't believe we're causing a conflict here because again, you know, the proposals match buildings on site, the proposals match buildings within the wider area. So, and you know, the colours are going to be sympathetic, and so I do think that we tick both those boxes or limbs. And then obviously, sorry, was there some landscape?
Well, I mean, I think you
Or
probably
you
said
said it.
enough about the
Okay.
landscape enhancement scheme, actually. I mean, I don't think I need to go over that again. I mean, there's another bit of policy wording in LP2 of the local plan. I don't understand I don't understand from Mr. Whitehouse because he was focusing on recognizing intrinsic character and beauty, but there's another bit of wording in that which is in the 5th bullet of LP2, which is protect the character of existing settlements, isn't there? I mean, I don't know if the inspector wants some evidence on that, but shall we, just in case, have your evidence on whether the proposals would protect the character of existing settlements, please?
Yes, I think I said that they would protect the character because obviously then they're not at contrast to what's there.
Okay.
No,
Right.
they're not.
Okay. Right. And then oh, well, I've got one more policy point, which is you recall Mr. Whitehouse evidence yesterday. You better turn it up so you make sure you know what we're looking at. I should have given this CD reference in the Huntingdonshire local plan. So that's CD 1.4.1.1 and policy LP 10. Page 62.
1.4. Into 60.
62.
62, yeah.
Yeah. You should have policy LP 10.
Yep.
Do you recall Mr. Whitehouse said yesterday that the County Council does take an issue regarding this final C limb,
Okay.
not give rise to noise, odor, obtrusive light, or other impacts that would adversely affect the use and enjoyment of the countryside by others. Now, I don't know if you have any evidence to give on that. I don't know if it's in or out of your area.
Some of it is, some of it isn't, because obviously I don't deal with noise, I don't deal with odor. So, and we did look at light, but technically I don't deal with light, but I guess it could be conceived as other impacts that adversely affect the use and enjoyment of the countryside. I don't believe these proposals will cause any other impacts that would affect the use of the countryside by others.
Okay, thank you. Right. Right. Anything else you would like to say before I, as it were, turn you over, Mrs. Bean, or we probably have a break, but turn you over to Mr. Grant for cross-examination?
No, apart from I genuinely do stand by the findings of the LVIA.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Bean. That's been a long chief, and I'm grateful to you, so thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Yeah, I think it's a good time for an adjournment, so I'm going to say 20 minutes. Obviously, Purdah stands, and we'll reconvene in 20 minutes' time. Thank you.
So thank you. In answer to the question you raised, I'm told that the water towers are not locally listed.
Oh, thank you.
Is there?
Hmm.
Yeah, so thanks.
Okay, the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Grant, over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning still.
Good morning.
Mrs. Bean, can we start off, please, as our topic number one, as it were, the importance of landscape. And can we do that, please, by turning to Glivia, called document 5.1.7. And once you've got it, I think you've probably got it to hand. Can I ask you to turn, please, to page 18? And in particular, please, it's paragraph 2.11 and 2.12. You let me know when you're there.
Yes, I'm there.
And can we just look at that together, please? And I'm going to try to avoid us having to do too much reading aloud together, but let's do it here, please. Landscape is important because it provides, and then a series of bullet points, a shared resource which is important in its own right as a public good, an environment for flora and fauna, the setting for day-to-day lives, for living, working, and recreation, opportunities for aesthetic enjoyment, a sense of place and a sense of history, which in turn can contribute to individual, local, national, and European identity, continuity with the past through its relative permanence and its role in acting as a cultural record of the past, a source of memories and associations, which in turn may contribute to well-being, an inspiration for learning, as well as for art and other forms of creativity. And then in the following text at the following paragraph 2.12, in addition, landscape provides economic benefits, both directly by providing an essential resource to support livelihoods, especially in agriculture, forestry, and other land management activities, and in recreation and tourism, as well as indirectly through its now widely acknowledged benefits for health and well-being. See that?
Yes.
And this obviously is Glivia, effectively the Bible for landscape architects. I mean, I don't imagine you disagree with anything that's set out in Glivia as to the importance of landscape.
No, I do not disagree.
And then can we move from there, please, just to consider briefly the importance of countryside? And we can do that through what we both know to be what the National Planning Policy Framework has to say about countryside. We're both familiar with it, so I don't think we need to turn to the relevant limb. But what the NPPF does at paragraph 180 that you're very familiar with is it first of all treats character and beauty of the countryside as being intrinsic, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It says that.
And secondly, it goes on to say that intrinsic character and beauty should be recognised by planning policies and in planning decision making.
Yes.
Yeah. Next topic, please. Your instruction and site visits, and you dealt with this a little bit in chief. We don't need to go through it in any great detail. But you've indicated in your written evidence that it was November 2020 when you were first instructed. So around 3.5 years ago, more or less. And you said through your written evidence, and again in your evidence in chief, and I don't doubt it for a second, that you've visited several times or a significant number of times. And are you able to give us an idea, please, of how many times you must have visited the site, even if you give us a bracket?
I would say probably about 5 or 6 times.
So you've been 5 to 6 times, and that's over that 3.5 year period.
Yes.
And when I say visited the site, does the same apply in terms of the site's surroundings?
Yes, pretty much every time there was a visit to both at the same time.
Good. So we can record 3.5 years-ish and 5 to 6 visits to the site.
Yes.
Next, please, judgment. And can we again turn to Glivia? And can I ask you, please, to go to page 21?
Yes,
And you'll see there a section which is headed Professional Judgment in LVIA. Do you see that?
yes, I've got that.
And we're told by Glivia that professional judgment is a very important part of landscape and visual impact assessment, and you presumably agree with that.
Yes, I do agree.
While there is some scope for quantitative measurement of some relatively objective matters, for example, the number of trees lost to construction or a new mine, much of the assessment must rely on qualitative judgments, for example, about what effect the introduction of a new development or land use change may have on visual amenity, or about the significance of change in the character of the landscape and whether it's positive or negative.
Yes. I
And
agree with
presumably you agree with that.
that. Yes,
And then can you turn down, please, to paragraph 2.25? We can see that even with qualified and experienced professionals, there can be differences in the judgments made. And again, pausing, you agree with that?
yes, I agree with that.
This may result from using different approaches or different criteria, or from variation in judgments based on the same approach and criteria. And again, pausing there, you
Yes,
agree
I
with
agree with
that?
that.
And so far as approach is concerned, as was summarised to you in your evidence in chief, Mr. Reynolds, as he set out in his evidence, effectively adopted your methodology with occasional comment or tweak, but you effectively applied the same methodology, didn't you?
Yes,
And so what we have here, turning our eye back to paragraph 2.25, is a variation in judgments based essentially on the same approach and criteria.
it is, but everybody always has a different understanding of applying the approach and the criteria.
Come to that. Good. Next topic for us, please. Matters of agreement. So eight points I've got on my list, which I'm hoping are going to be uncontroversial. There are no tricks in there. So if you disagree with something, obviously say so, but I don't think you will, but let's see how we go. The first, please, is that the site sits within the countryside.
Yes, it does.
Second, the chimney. Can we turn to your proof, please, at paragraph 1.3.12?
Yes, I'm there.
We're looking here at the dimensions of the proposed chimney. 26 meters tall and 1.07 meters in diameter.
Yes,
And you go on to say that the second proposed tallest element, tower 2, 12.87 meters.
yes,
Yeah. And so pausing there, the stack would be around twice the height of that second tallest element.
yes,
And we go on, and then various sheds are 10 to 11 meters high. See that?
yes,
And again, pausing there, so the proposed chimney would be around 2.5 times the height of the proposed sheds.
yes.
And so far as existing buildings on the site, the tallest of those tend to be within the region of the 10 to 11 meter high buildings.
They're there or thereabouts.
Yeah.
Obviously, Mr. Cooper has the detail, but yes.
Good, thank you very much. Third, please, on the list. Designations. And we can agree, can't we, that the site is not within AONB and it's not a valued landscape for the purposes of 180A. And I say the site and its surroundings.
Yes, that's correct.
And just pausing there, so far as heritage is concerned, there's no heritage objection, but lest it was being suggested during cross-examination that we're in some kind of heritage wilderness here. Can you take up the landscape statement of common ground, please?
Yes, I've got it.
And can you turn to paragraphs 2.4 to 2.5?
Yes, I'm there.
And we don't, I think, need to read that out together, but in summary, that sets out, doesn't it? Nearby or relatively nearby listed buildings and conservation areas.
Yes, it does. And I would have listed them in my original LVIA.
Yeah. Good. Number 4. Can you keep your eyes, please, on the landscape statement of common ground? And can you turn to paragraph 4.16? 4.16.
Yes,
The proposed development would increase the prominence of the site from some viewpoints in the landscape. Do you see that?
yes,
We'll pause there. We'll come on to other bits in a minute. But again, that is a matter which is agreed.
that is agreed. Yeah.
5th in our list, but keeping our eyes on this paragraph, the presence of the 26-meter chimney may draw attention to the site.
It says that, yes.
Yeah, and that's agreed.
Yep. And it does say may, obviously.
Pardon?
It says may.
Yeah, that's exactly how I read it out, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. 6th, please, topography. And can we go, please, to your LVIA? And 4.4.2
Yes, I'm there.
and 4.4.4. Yes.
Yes.
And I'm not going to go through the laborious process of reading all that out, but so far as the topography is concerned, we can agree, can't we? The application site is generally flat with a slight tilt from south to north. And then we see what you set out in the study area topography at paragraph 4.4.4.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, and we can treat that as being a position from which you don't deviate.
No, I don't.
Good. Number 7 of 8. So far as the position at year 0 on as you've assessed it, the chimney would be visible in viewpoints from north, south, east, and west.
Yes, I believe that to be the case.
Yeah. And just pausing there, in your evidence in chief, you made the point that it would be visible in points close and far away.
That was in relation to the ZVT, yes.
Yeah. And so far as the ZTV is concerned, I think of A, B, C, and D, you were content, we'll come on to this in a little bit, you were content that there was visibility in A, C, and D.
Yes, there was.
Yeah. And number 8 and last on our list before we get to the next topic, so far as year 15 is concerned, and I completely understand you haven't done a year 15 assessment, and we'll turn to that shortly. But even on full maturity of the landscape screening, the chimney would still be visible in its surroundings.
Yes, it would.
Yeah. Good. Next topic for us, please, the ZTV. I don't want to labour this more than we have done already. But can you pick up, please, Glivia? And can I ask you, please, Mrs. Bean, to turn to paragraph 6.6, which is on page 101.
Yes, I'm there.
And we see there, don't we, the section headed mapping visibility. Do you see that?
Yes,
And it says land that may potentially be visually connected with the development proposal. That is, areas of land from which it may potentially be seen must be identified and mapped at the outset, bearing in mind the comments in paragraph 6.2 about reasonableness and proportionality. Yes.
yes.
And so far as a ZTV is concerned, I suppose one of the key words we should mentally underline is potentially, hence it being called a theoretical zone,
Yes.
correct? And if we then turn, please, over a couple of pages till we get to 6.13 on page 106. We're told there the ZTV identifies land that theoretically is visually connected with the proposal, and this is refined by site survey to confirm the extent of visibility.
Yes.
Yes. And just following on from that, an exercise that both Mr. Reynolds and subsequently you did as part of the appeal process was to create a bare earth ZTV, albeit using different software, a bare earth ZTV, and then to carry out the site survey in order to convert theoretical to actual.
Yes.
And so far as the viewpoints that had been identified by Mr. Reynolds as A, B, C, and D, there was then agreement between you, wasn't there, through your written evidence, that B turns out to have been a theoretical rather than actual view, but
Yes.
A, C, and D were confirmed as actual views.
Correct.
And the reason, as I understand it, that you hadn't done a ZTV at the outset, and again, you must just tell me if I've got it wrong, was as a result of the discussions that took place with the landscape officer from the district. Is that right?
It was never brought up, apart from the fact that, as written in the documentation, it was written in this scoping.
It's written in the scoping at the outset.
Yeah.
That mentioned by Mr. Reynolds, and I think your position, but again, you must say so if I've misunderstood it. Your position is that when you came into the picture in November of 2020,
Yes.
You weren't aware, is that right, of what had been said in the scoping?
I hadn't been made fully aware of it. So yes, in that one particular part of that statement.
Yes. And so far as the relevant comments from the officer on this point, if we turn please into the LVIA, and we go to page 13 at paragraph 3.1.5. The third paragraph of the advice that's set out here, in my knowledge of the site, this is quoting the officer, in my knowledge of the site, I consider it to be more open to views from the northeast and west. Landform often precludes views from the south.
That are the words that landscape officer provided, yes.
Yeah. So I think just reading that fairly and objectively, the officer, the officer was saying what it says, so he wasn't suggesting that there are no views from the south,
Right.
was he?
And when I undertook the site survey, I did visit the south to try and seek some views, but obviously in the timescale that I had available to me.
At the time of the LVIA?
Yeah.
And so when you went to visit the site to see whether there were views from the south at the time you're doing your LVIA, what did you conclude at that stage?
That it was very hard to find views from the south. And that's why we ended up with the views that I did have.
And now that we have the benefit of the ZTV and the process that's been triggered during the appeal process, it's plain, isn't it, that there are views from
The
the south.
ZVT implies there are views because it's bare earth. When you actually put the landform in, the views are reduced significantly from the south.
So far as viewpoint D is concerned, where do you categorize that in terms of orientation?
That
So-
is further south,
Yeah.
yes.
And so far as viewpoint D, which is a viewpoint further south of the site, your conclusion in your rebuttal evidence was that the visual impact from that viewpoint would be major moderate.
Yes, I did.
Yeah. Can we turn then to the next topic, please? Which will take us a little bit of time, I think, but it's the baseline. And cutting through, if I can for a minute, cutting through the technical jargon, it's the existing character of the area is
Yes.
pretty key, isn't it, to the difference between you and Mr. Reynolds?
Yes, it is.
And can we, on this topic, please, can we start with Olivia again, just to give us some context? And can we go, please, to page 32, paragraph 3.15.
Yes, I'm there.
And we see here under the headline based or the heading baseline studies, the initial step in LVIA is to establish the baseline landscape and visual conditions. The information collected will, when reviewed alongside the description of the proposed development, form the basis for the identification and description of the changes that will result in the landscape and visual effects of the proposal. See that?
Yes, I do.
And this has been having sort of promised you I wasn't going to do lots of reading loud with you. We've already done a fair bit, but it goes on then, doesn't it, under the two bullets to set out in the first bullet baseline in respect of landscape, and second bullet the visual baseline.
Yes, it does.
Yeah. And in terms of the approach to baseline, I think we can turn our eyes away from Olivia now, but I think the conventional approach in the landscape architect profession is, well, you start at national level and look at the national character assessments.
Yes, I agree.
And you, in accordance with that conventional approach, you did that, and you would have seen the national character area. I think it's NCA 88, isn't it?
Yes, and we mapped it as well.
And when you're looking at national character areas, again, it may be an obvious point, but you're looking there at vast areas, really, aren't you?
Yes, you are.
So you then go, don't you, to step 2, which is you come down to district level
Yes, you do.
assessments. And so far as the district level assessment is concerned, we have, for the purposes of this case, the SPD.
Yes.
And so far as the SPD is concerned, the relevant area within the SPD is the Central Claylands.
Yes.
And can you just turn that up? Because I don't want to ask you questions and then you be worried that I haven't taken you to the document. So page 72, you know it well.
Yes, I'm there.
And we can see there, can't we, on page 72 at 3.51, that the due to its central location and the large area it covers, many parishes fall within or partially within the Central Claylands character area. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And it then lists, and I've counted them all up, and Mr. Burton will probably tell me later I've got it wrong, but 33 I make it.
Okay.
33 parishes. And I think you said in your evidence in chief that the study area that you work to, which is that 4-kilometre study
Yes.
area, that comprises around 20% of
Yeah.
this particular character
It is
area.
approximate, but
Yeah.
around that.
I'm not going to pick you up on whether it's slightly more or slightly less. Around 20%, to put it another way, with apologies for the obvious point, but around 80% of the central Claylands area is outside your study area.
Yeah, that's correct.
And in your LVIA, now bear with me so I can get the right reference. LVIA, page 13, paragraph 3.2.5.
Sorry, can you repeat? the
Yeah, of
paragraph?
course. It's page 13
Yep.
and it's paragraph 3.2.5.
Yep.
And what you say there is existing landscape character assessments are an important starting point for any assessment due to the hierarchical nature of character assessment.
Yes, I do.
So in fact, I think what you probably meant was the starting point is national, then district, then
If there's a local, then
yeah, then if
local,
there's a
yeah.
local. And so far as the local position is concerned, so going now narrower still than the district level, that there is no formal assessment of the more localized area within.
Not
Central
that I
Claylands.
understand it. Obviously, we looked in depth in 2021 when I wrote the LVIA, and we did try and check all the information before.
Yeah.
confirming.
Promise is not a trick question.
No, so not that-
Nothing's changed as far as you're
No,
aware.
not
of.
that I am aware.
Right. And so what you again in the conventional approach for your profession, what you then did is in the absence of a more localized assessment, was you effectively carried out your own assessment.
You do. It's something that does become nature as you sort of spend your time in this profession. So you do observe things.
Yeah. And you will have known from the council's statement of case, and I don't think you need to turn to this for the point I'm about to make, but just stop me when I say it if you need to. You will have known from the council's statement of case that the council were making the point that there would be an industrializing effect on the site and surroundings.
Yes.
And it's clear, isn't it, that an important issue between the parties for the inspector to consider before reaching his judgment to feed into his report, it is whether the visual baseline should be considered rural or semi-industrial or industrial.
Yes, that's definitely a point of difference. So yeah.
And in addition, we can have associated with that, but let's put it as subpoint A and subpoint B, tranquility and sense of remoteness.
Yes.
And there is, I think, isn't there? There's a sort of thread between those matters.
Yes, there is.
Yeah. And can we then pick up, please, on this topic? Pick up, first of all, your LVIA. And in fact, if it's any easier, I think we can also do this through your proof. It's figure 8.
Okay.
Which is an appendix to the LVIA, but I think most easily we can find it in your proof at 4.2.9.
Yes, the marked up one.
Yeah. Now, we can see in the key at on the right hand side what the colouring indicates on this document.
Yes.
And in orange, in the key, we can see that orange means industry.
It does.
And we're going to come into some of the detail in a minute. But so far as this plan is concerned, on the face of it, and we'll come to your text in a moment, within the 2 kilometre band of the appeal site, you don't identify on this plan any orange within the 2 kilometre radius, do you?
Not for straightforward industry, no, for,
And you say not straightforward industry, and that's why we're coming now to the text. Can we go, please, in the document, in the LVIA, I should say, to paragraph 4.9.11. And here you have a heading, industry.
yes.
And there you say, and here I'm going to break my rule again by reading out, farming and horticulture appear to still be one of the main industries within the study area, but due to mechanization, both agriculture and horticulture employs a fraction of the people they would have done in years gone by. The majority of the buildings within the surrounding villages are residential. The non-residential premises can be found to the south of the study area, associated with and around St. Ives. The wider applicant's land holding comes under the remit of industry, as does a few of the adjacent plots, as this crossroads appears to become a small industrialized hub. See that?
Yes.
And then you say in the next paragraph, I'm just going to read the first sentence, but it's not a trick. If my learner friend wants to re-examine in the rest, he can. Agricultural farming practices have shaped the local landscape for many years. Do you see that?
Yes.
If we then turn a couple of pages back in the document to 4.6.4, and this is under a different heading. This is under the heading study area vegetation. You say the surrounding landscape is predominantly arable farmland and pastoral grassland. I accept you use the word predominantly, but do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And can we then go to your proof of evidence, please?
Can I just say that, as you say, I do use the word predominantly, and in the section before, and I say one of the main industries, so it doesn't preclude the fact that there isn't something there that's not of those types.
No, and I promise you we're going to go to talk about some of the examples you've given. If we go to your proof, please. You then, in your proof of evidence at 3.1.8, you set out your view that the landscape character has accepted and accommodated some industrialization, slightly paraphrasing. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then elsewhere in the proof, you make reference, don't you, to what you describe as a semi-industrial hub.
Yes.
Remember that? And what you let me find a reference for you, please. 4.2.22 of your proof. You say the chimney is set in the context of a semi-industrial pocket of built form, including the Envar site. Do you see that?
Yeah.
And about 4 lines down, you then identify what you consider to be that pocket, which you say is the Envar site, the Woodhurst farmhouse, what you describe as the Raptor Foundation sheds, although we heard from members of the public about those, the adjacent roads and other developments to the north along the 1086.
Yes.
And then just following this through, you then in your rebuttal set out the series of photographs. You've taken through them in chief, the Cuckoo Bridge Nursery, etc.
Yes.
Now, just a couple of points. First of all, at the time you wrote your main proof, it was pretty clear and obvious, wasn't it, that a point between the parties was going to be the extent to which the baseline could be characterized as industrialized, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of the specific features or sites or buildings that you brought to the inspector's attention, on a number of occasions in your evidence in chief, when you were taking us through photograph by photograph, you referred to size, you referred to them large buildings.
Yes.
I just want to get your position clear on this. Is your advice to the inspector that the size of a building is indicative of whether it's a rural agricultural type building or an industrial type building?
No, you've also got to look at materiality
Hmm.
as well, and obviously the positioning and other elements that form within that fold of that building. But size does make a big point in that whole concept.
Well, that's what I just want to be clear about. Is it your advice to the inspector that when an inspector is looking at, let's say, the Woodhurst warehouse, for example, building,
Yes.
that when the inspector is looking at a building like that, that he ought to say to himself, when considering whether it's rural in appearance or industrial in appearance, that he ought to say to himself, how big is it?
It does make a difference, yes, but because the more, as we've said, it's the more modern day farming mechanism. It's also the large warehouses on the edge of Milton Keynes. Everything is growing in size, and it does pull up sometimes that kind of more industrializing effect.
Okay, well, I think we've got your answer, I think, clear on that size, you say, is relevant to that consideration. What do you say about the materials and style of building? Is that relevant to considering whether it should be treated as a rural agricultural building in appearance or an industrial building in appearance?
I did just say materiality makes a difference.
Yeah. Materials and design?
Yes, design can do.
Yeah. And one of the first photographs I think you went to was the Cuckoo Bridge Nursery.
Yes.
And you've, I think, fairly described that as being a plant nursery. That's what it is, isn't it?
Yes.
And so again, so they're absolutely clear on this. Is your advice to the inspector in making his recommendation to the Secretary of State that a plant nursery should be regarded as an industrial characteristic of the area?
I don't think I said it was industrial. It's included as a non-rural because of the
Non-rural.
building type.
Pardon?
Partly because of the building type, because what you see when you drive in there, because of the signage.
So if it's non-rural, what do you say it is?
I would say it's the materials as well, with the glass and everything. It's just the whole package. So if it's not, I wouldn't necessarily hone it in as industrial. I do know what they do there is on an industrial scale, but it's different.
Okay, so a plant nursery that's large, you say, is industrial scale and therefore industrial. Is that a chain that you're asking the
No,
inspector to follow?
that wasn't
No?
what I was saying.
Right. So but the plant nursery, you say is the inspector should, when he's going and looking at these various sites, should say to himself, that's a non-rural feature of the landscape. Is that correct?
It's not a common rural feature of the landscape, so I believe so, yes.
It's not what, sorry?
It's not common. That's why I
Right,
did
okay,
include it as non-rural.
Okay. So again, so that we can really understand the criteria that you've applied in making your judgments, to picking up on the point you just made, when the inspector is considering, okay, is this a rural feature of the landscape or is it an industrial feature of the landscape? is it your position then that he should also consider the extent to which it's common in a rural landscape? Is that right?
I mean, obviously, that's what I just said. It isn't common, so.
And you're saying that, are you, because you think that should be within the palette of considerations that the inspector applies when he's considering whether or not it's agricultural, rural, or industrial?
Yeah, there, as you said, there is a palette. It is one of many items that you will use and look at when you go around and visualize and obviously view these things.
Right, okay. And so is your advice to the inspector that a plant nursery is not a common feature in a rural landscape? Is that correct?
This rural landscape. Obviously, you've got the whole of the UK, so this rural landscape.
Okay, that's not what I understood you to be saying before. So it's not a common feature in this rural landscape, but you understand what rural landscapes are in your years of experience.
Yes, I do.
A plant nursery is a common feature of rural landscape.
You're going on the type of business that is hosted within it rather than the actual look and style and shape and feel of the building. And that can be different.
And what about the poultry farm? Again, so far as the poultry farm is concerned, obviously you'll invite the inspector to look at the appearance of the buildings. But does the poultry farm and the building types that we can see that come with it on that site, is your advice to the inspector that that reads as an industrial feature of the landscape?
It reads more, in my opinion, as an industrial feature, but again, it's not to do with the type of business. You almost need to disregard that it's a poultry farm, because it's not about the chickens and you associate chickens with countryside. It's about looking at the vernacular and looking at the environment, as I said. And
right, okay. So again, it's very helpful to understand the criteria that you've applied. So picking up on that again, and your sort of advice to the inspector on the basket of considerations he should apply, he shouldn't consider the nature of the activity that's going on. It's about how the buildings look. Is that your position?
it is when you're literally just looking at building. Obviously, if you've got a wider site environment that you're also looking at as well, it's a very blended thing. And I mean, I think that's why it obviously takes years to look over and work these.
So should the inspector ignore, with that example, for example, should he ignore that when he's looking at that particular site, that it's a poultry farm?
You wouldn't actually know it was a poultry farm because there is no signage. So
knowing that it's a poultry farm, then, as the inspector will do, should he ignore that this is a poultry farm?
It doesn't. It's not a material consideration when you look at the whole palette of all the information.
No, I mean, when you're talking about visual impact is assessed by reference to receptors,
Yes.
isn't it? And receptors are people.
Yes.
And conventional methodology applied by landscape architects, I'm putting it broadly, but makes the point, doesn't it, that local people are going to be more sensitive than people who just happen to be passing by, never to return.
Yes, of course.
And therefore, when you're assessing visual impacts in the context of local people as receptors, it's likely, isn't it, that those local people receptors will know, for example, of that site, that it's a poultry farm.
Of course, they'll know the history of it.
Yeah.
But
and so far as I'm not going to go through every single example because we'll be here forever. But so far as the rugby club was one that you
yes.
dwelt on in chief. I mean, again, so that we understand your position, you're not suggesting, are you, that the rugby posts are an industrial feature?
No.
No. And are you suggesting that a rugby club is not something that you would associate with a rural landscape?
No, that's not what I'm suggesting. I included it within the documentation because obviously it has elements within it, like the score bars and the lighting, that are not necessarily fully fitting with a rural and agricultural situation.
Yeah, but to any visual receptor, it reads as a rugby club, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah. And a rugby club is not a feature that is at odds with rural landscapes in
but it's not
2024.
classed as agricultural or rural. It's a sports facility.
Yeah, but it's not, you don't regard that as being an unusual feature in a rural landscape.
No,
No, right. And quite a lot's been said in written and oral evidence about the Woodhouse building.
yes,
And we should say actually to be fair to you, Mrs. Bean, that at the time of your LVIA figure 8,
yes,
because I know that you say, we don't agree, but you say that Woodhurst is an industrial type building,
yes.
but that I think hadn't been built at the time of your
No,
figure 8.
it
So I just
hadn't
want
been
to
built and might not have even been.
clear that, so I'll
planning.
save my learner
Yeah.
friend a minute or two's re-examination on that. So in terms of Woodhurst, when the inspector, as part of his site visit, has a look at the Woodhurst building, again, going back to what we agreed 10 minutes or so ago, it's important, isn't it, for the inspector to look at the type of materials that are used on that building,
Yes,
correct? In order to feed in to a judgment as to whether this appears to be an industrial type building in the landscape.
yeah, I think
Yeah.
that one was obviously partly considered industrial because of its size as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got that. So
Yeah.
we don't agree with you, but we got that
Yeah.
point that you say size, you say for the inspector, should be part of his basket of factors.
Yes,
Yeah. And just taking that a stage further, you presumably say on size, the bigger the building, the more industrial it reads. Is that what we should?
not necessarily, because again, it's this whole basket of
Good.
indicators.
So just trying to pull this together and to see if we can agree then a step-by-step approach to this part of the baseline, this important part of the baseline. Do you agree with me with this? I'm going to suggest a three-step
Okay,
process. Firstly, whether the features or sites that you've identified, poultry farm, rugby club, etc., whether or not those should be regarded by the inspector as industrial features. Step 1.
okay,
Yes. Step 2, if they are, each or all of them, industrial type features, to what extent are they visible either in views towards the site or as part of the kinetic experience?
yes, obviously I didn't agree that they were all industrial, but I have used them as my non-rural, so.
Okay. And number 3, depending on the answers to numbers 1 and 2, do they have the effect of changing the character of the area from rural to semi-industrial or industrial?
Yes,
Yeah, good.
much like the airbase and the solar farm, and obviously I know they're listed in there. But
So that 3-step process is one that we can agree on, yes?
I believe so.
And I just want to ask you to pause for a second. I've said I'm not going to go through every single feature you've identified, but the water towers, I just want to
Yeah.
pause on that. Now, you've said, I think, in chief, that you regard that as a semi-industrial feature. Did you?
I
say
do, yes. I mean, it's to facilitate water. It was part of a water network. It's not necessarily rural or agricultural. It was obviously to do with houses.
that? Yeah, it's not necessarily, but it can be, can't it?
It dependent on the objection, it's not the objection, the objector and the person that obviously is viewing it.
Yeah.
As we have discussed with turbines, some people see them and obviously absolutely detest them. Some people think they're beautiful. So there
in
is
terms,
fluidity dependent
Okay.
on the viewer.
but in terms of water towers, if somebody said to you, I think that's a rural feature, your response wouldn't be, you're wrong.
Not necessarily, no.
Mm.
I would, obviously, there's requirement for justification when you lay out in reports such as we do.
And one of the reasons I think that you drew the inspector's attention to the water towers in your written evidence was because of the height.
Yes,
Have I got that right?
they're akin to the height of the site.
Yeah. And again, let's just see if we can agree the approach that the inspector might take to the water towers.
Okay,
Okay. So question number 1 for the inspector. Is it or can it be regarded as a rural feature in the landscape? Agreed?
okay, yeah.
Question number 2. How far away is it from the site?
Yes,
Agreed? And question number 3. To what extent would you see the water towers as you move towards the site from any of the footpaths or roads that have been identified?
yes, I suppose,
Yeah.
because I do acknowledge they're a backdrop.
Good. And this, so we can fit this all into the jigsaw, as it were, the landscape jigsaw. In terms of the baseline issues, and really the central baseline issue that we've been discussing,
Yes,
I just want to look at how it is then that is an important part of the exercise and why. And we can do this, can't we, in 3 ways. First of all, it's relevant to the issue of sensitivity.
yes, it is.
Secondly, it's relevant to the issue of magnitude of change.
Yes, it is.
And third, and I use the word therefore, it's therefore relevant to the significance of effects.
It can be, yes. Obviously, there is a difference between characterization baseline and visual baseline.
And just so that we can then put that into the, plug it in, as it were, to your LVIA. If we can take up, please, the LVIA at 3.2.19 on page 16.
Yes, I'm there.
You have a paragraph here which says the overall sensitivity of the existing landscape resource is based on the following factors.
Yes,
And there's a series of helpful bullets. And the third of those is the compatibility of the proposed development with the existing land uses and landscape character.
yes, that's correct.
And so that's how we can see it fits with the sensitivity issue. And then so we can see how it fits with the magnitude of change issue. Can we just turn forward, please, in the LVIA to page 20 and paragraph 3.3.5. And we can see here, we won't go through all 4 of the categories there, but we can see there that, for example, for high magnitude of change, the proposed scheme would completely change the character and or appearance of the landscape.
Yep,
And you can only understand, can't you, whether it's changing something if you understand what it is now.
that's correct. Yeah,
And ditto, let's just go to moderate, would cause a noticeable difference to the landscape. And same question, you can only do that by understanding what it
Yes.
is now. Good. If, Mrs. Bean, if the inspector, having said, as we said earlier, about variations in judgments between professionals, if the inspector disagreed with you and considered overall this to be a rural landscape, not a semi-industrial landscape, that would plainly have consequences, wouldn't it, for the judgments you reached in terms of significance of effects?
Well, obviously it's semi-rural, not semi-industrial, the difference. Obviously, I don't know the inspector's qualifications, and one would hope that, obviously he takes myself and Mr. Reynolds as guidance, because that's obviously the point of Olivia, and it tells you that your professional judgment.
So far as the proposed chimney is concerned, so this is a 26-metre high, narrow, grey chimney. I just want to understand this from you, because I'm not clear about it at the moment. Do you accept that reads as as it would read as an industrial feature in the landscape?
No, I don't fully accept that. No, that's why I call it semi-industrial.
So you say that is a semi-industrial feature of the landscape, is that right?
Yeah, along with the rest of the obviously appeal proposals and the site that's within.
Yeah. If the inspector disagreed with you on that, to the extent that he said, "Well, I consider it to be an industrial feature, not semi-industrial, an industrial feature," then again, if he considered that to be out of character with the existing baseline, that would again have consequences for the ultimate judgments that you express, wouldn't it?
Yes, of course. But again, that's the difference of opinion between myself and Mr. Reynolds, and that's what we're sat here deciding.
Of course. Now, just a narrow point, please, on sensitivity. It's just picking up on something that came up in your evidence in chief when you were going through the various viewpoints. Can I ask you just to turn to table 7, please, in the LVIA?
Yep.
And I have to say, because it's not on the note that I'm looking at, I can't remember which viewpoint it was, but there was one where you were talking about people who are driving past.
Point 10.
Thank you. 10.
Yeah.
Thanks very much. As they drive past, their attention is going to be on the road, effectively.
Yes.
That was your point. And if you look at table 7,
Yes.
which is the criteria of for sensitivity of viewpoints, we can see, can't we, that the criteria draws a distinction between users of local roads and users of main roads.
Yeah.
And the rationale for that is because users of the main roads tend to be concentrating a little more on the road. They're often going faster and so on. Yes.
And this is a B road, so it is a main road.
So the inspector can consider, can't he, on his site visit, when he's looking at this particular road, is this the sort of road where people are not going to be taking in their surroundings, or where they would be?
Yes,
to put
of course, when he visits the road, the view. Yeah.
Good.
But the OS declare it a B road, so it is classed as a main road. A non-local road are all the other roads that aren't declared.
Thank you. Next topic is your assessments and your conclusions. Now, I understand the point, your apples and pears point, and we're going to come to that. So that this next section of questions, I promise you we're coming to that issue. But I just want to look at what your conclusions were in terms of the impact of the proposal, as you said, the proposal as a whole, in terms of landscape and visual impact. Yes?
Yes.
Now, let's start then with landscape, please. And shall we take as our prompt the landscape statement of common ground? and in particular, paragraph 4.5.
Yes, I'm there.
So this is under the heading landscape, excuse me, sensitivity. And we can see conveniently from here that the parties agree that the landscape sensitivity of the site is moderate to low. And so far as the surrounding landscape, moderate in the LVIA, moderate to high on the council's evidence. Yes?
That was at the point that this was written. Yes, obviously it wasn't moderate to high when the council did their officers' report.
Yeah, that's why I said on the council's evidence.
Yeah.
That's what it says here, doesn't it? And that sensitivity is something then that you have to consider alongside magnitude of change in order to give your conclusion.
Yes.
And so far as magnitude of change is concerned, in the LVIA, we can understand that, can't we, by reference to paragraph 3.3.5.
Yes.
And we'll come to what it says in a few minutes, but that sets out, doesn't it, for both landscape and visual impacts, what is meant by high, moderate, low, and negligible for magnitude of change.
And the two correlate together.
Yeah. And if we then on landscape impacts turn forward in your LVIA to paragraph 8.5.1, this is on page 50.
Yeah.
You have here a section under the heading residual magnitude of landscape impact summary. See
Yes.
that? I just want to be absolutely clear with you, please. What do you mean by the residual magnitude?
In this instance, the residual is obviously what's left over once the building's built, the mitigation is in place. There's potential if growth, if there's mitigation in the words of trees or something like that.
So that's a post mitigation assessment, is that right?
That one is, yes. That's how this report follows.
And by post mitigation, you mean, do you, once the landscape mitigation strategy has had an opportunity to mature?
That is it. Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes.
So therefore, whereas you indicated a difference, as I understood it, between you and Mr. Reynolds in terms of a year 0 versus year 15 approach.
Yeah.
So far as the landscape character impacts are concerned, you're considering here the post mitigation impacts.
You take it one step further in the style of report that we write to just consider all of it and give an overview at the end.
And then if you just follow this down, please, to the final bullet point of 8.5.1.
Yes.
You say it's therefore concluded that the overall magnitude of the landscape impacts would be low. Do you see that? And just with that in mind, can we then turn back to page 20 where we were a moment ago? And to table 8.
Yeah.
So table 8 is the impact magnitude, isn't it?
Yeah.
For landscape and visual impacts. Yes?
Yes.
And again, it may entirely be my misreading or misunderstanding, but where you say at 8.5.1, the magnitude of landscape impacts would be low, where does that fit in your table 8? How does that correspond to table 8?
We need the you need the sensitivity of the receptor.
Yes, so you've got sensitivity
Yeah,
of the...
no, I'm just getting that word in. So obviously you come down moderate and you come down low. So that's a moderate minor.
That's what I'm trying to understand. So in your at 8.5.1, you say low as being the magnitude of impacts. See that?
Yeah, magnitude of change or yeah.
No,
okay.
no. Last bullet, it's therefore concluded that the overall magnitude of the landscape impacts would be low.
Yes,
Right. So let's go to table 8.
yes.
Does table 8 include the magnitude of landscape impact low?
No, it doesn't. It says moderate minor.
Right. So that's what I'm trying to understand. So your position is that the landscape impact should be regarded as moderate to minor on this matrix. Yes?
If you apply that matrix, yes.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
you've
no,
applied, isn't it?
I know, I appreciate that, but yes,
So that there's no confusion at all, in the final bullet of 8.5.1, where you say low, on your assessment, what we should do, shouldn't we, is to cross out low and put the word moderate to minor so that it corresponds with table 8.
okay, I accept that
Yeah.
change.
And let's moderate to minor is based then on what have you taken as being your sensitivity, and what have you taken as being your magnitude of change to reach that conclusion?
Well, the sensitivity, no. So obviously you've stated the sensitivity in there,
What do you say is the sensitivity?
moderate.
Yeah, so let's go to the moderate column. That's in the middle, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the moderate column, and what then do you treat as being the magnitude of change for landscape impacts?
Have a look. Yeah, I'm struggling to find it at this point.
Is it set out anywhere
That's what
in
I'm
your assessment?
trying to find. Not for that for that timescale anyway, so I'm not sure it's set out, no.
No, what's about in your proof of evidence? Is it there? Mrs. Bean, I understand there's
It's
nothing
fine.
worse than searching for something with
No.
lots of eyes
Well,
on you.
have you seen it then? Is it better to ask that question?
But do you know the answer?
I'm not sure that, I think you're going to say that it's not there.
Right. Well, let's look at your table 8.
Yes,
In order for the moderate to minor effect that you've just told the inspector you've concluded, although we haven't got to the bottom of how you've got there, but that would have to be based, wouldn't it, on a magnitude of change low.
yes, that is the case.
And if that were right, then we can look above, can't we, at paragraph 3.3.5. Low magnitude of change means that the proposed scheme would cause a barely perceptible impact and would affect few receptors, isn't it?
Yes, that's what it says.
Yeah. And is that your position, so that we're absolutely clear? Your position in terms of landscape character, your advice to the inspector is barely perceptible impact affecting few receptors.
I would have to sit down and work through it to be sure.
Well, you've been doing it for nearly 4 years, you told
I
us.
do appreciate that, and I've also now been put on the spot, so.
Supposing the inspector thought that the magnitude of change was moderate. Supposing the inspector thought on applying your criteria, there would be a noticeable difference and it would accept several receptors. Yes.
Yes.
On that basis, applying your matrix and the moderate sensitivity, the impact would be moderate, wouldn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's a logical step.
Yeah. And just pausing there so that we again know what moderate means. We go over the page, table 9, your significance criteria. Moderate means intermediate changes in environmental or socio-economic conditions, effects that are likely to be important considerations at local level.
Yes.
So if the inspector were to accept your position of moderate sensitivity, but to say that in his view there would be a noticeable difference affecting several receptors, then applying your methodology, the conclusion would be that the effects are likely to be important considerations at local level.
Yes,
Correct?
local level, yeah.
And supposing the inspector, looking at magnitude of change, took the view, well, it comes back really, doesn't it, to our discussion about baseline. Supposing he thought, well, I think this is going to completely change the character appearance of the landscape, and it's going to affect many receptors. Yeah.
Yes.
The conclusion on impact, then, applying your matrix, would be major moderate, wouldn't it?
That is another option, yes.
Yeah. And again, if we follow over the page to table 9, there's no definition of major moderate. We've got moderate that we've just seen, and then major. And major, very large or large changes in environmental or socioeconomic conditions, effects likely to be important considerations at regional or district level.
Yes, that's what that says.
Right. Just taking your analysis, your assessment, so far as landscape impacts are concerned, you've told us, and I hope I've understood and I'm putting this fairly, you've told us that so far as magnitude of change, you're not sure what you'd say because you haven't worked through it. Is that, have I understood that correctly?
I would want a few minutes to try and work through it, not under pressure.
Right. But if you were to conclude that in your view, the magnitude of change is low, you would still be concluding on your matrix, wouldn't you, that there is an adverse effect in terms of landscape character?
Well, it would come up as moderate to minor.
Yeah, and going up the scale, if you were to conclude that there would be a noticeable difference.
Yes.
And it would affect several receptors.
Yes.
And just pausing there before we move then on to the visual impacts. So far as noticeable difference, I mean, I think even on your own analysis that, you know, we've all read goodness knows how many times in your LVIA by now, you identify, don't you, a noticeable difference. You say the chimney would sit tall up into the sky.
Along with the rest of the development proposals and the existing sites.
Yeah, so it's
not just the chimney. As I said, we've already explained that I am not doing just the chimney.
We'll come back to that. I promise you we would and we will. But so far as you're concerned, the proposed scheme would result in a noticeable difference, wouldn't it?
Most likely that we would draw towards that, but as I said, I haven't made that assessment.
Well, is it on your own evidence? Is it noticeable or not noticeable?
You can see it, yes.
And therefore, is it noticeable?
Which is what my evidence says.
Therefore, is it noticeable?
You can see it, so yes.
Yes. And on your evidence, would it affect several receptors?
There are several receptors in the area that are evident, yes.
Yeah. So therefore, on your own evidence, should the inspector on your own evidence regard the magnitude of change, I'm not going to go into high with you, but let's say at very least, the magnitude of change as being moderate.
Yeah,
on your
the word
evidence.
moderate will definitely be in that, yes. Whether it's graded one way or the other, yes.
Thank you. So can we take then, can we take your conclusions in terms of the impact, please, on landscape character, that you regard the sensitivity as being moderate,
Yes,
the magnitude of change as being moderate, and the impact magnitude as therefore being moderate?
it could be contrived as that way, yes.
Yes, okay. And what that means on your own evidence, likely to be important considerations at local level. Yes.
That's what the wording says, yeah.
Good. So let's move away from landscape character. So I'm just moving on to visual impacts. I haven't got that much longer, but I would like to think I might be done in around 30 or 40 minutes, but I don't know whether you want to pause there or whether you want me to crack on. I'm happy, but it's.
What would you prefer to do, Mr.?
I'm quite happy to carry on if the witness is content and if you're content.
So we're,
It might be a bit less, but
well,
as my learned friend knows, it's very difficult to be precise.
how long have we been going? I mean, it's nearly 1 o'clock. What? Is it
Yeah,
about-
An hour and 15 on my
Hour
evening
15.
time.
I think my time estimate was up to 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be quite as long as that.
I'm happy to have an adjournment if other parties are, but
So if we don't have an adjournment now, we'll get quite a long way into lunchtime by the sound of it, which is so it's just really a question for my learned friend of when he would like to break his cross-examination to have the lunch break, I think.
Can I try? Shall I see if I can get the section done? It might be a bit quicker, and then let's see where we are. Mrs. Dean, we've moved then to visual impacts, and we've understood now from your evidence that so far as the year 0 versus year 15
Completion, yeah.
point, that on landscape, I think you said you did year 15, on visual year 0. Can we go to Olivia, please? At page 62. And it's paragraph 4.31.
Yes, on there.
And I'm going to preface, so you don't need to be saying it. Olivia is guidance. We know that it's not some sort of mandatory requirements. And 4.31. I'm going to fast forward to the 5th line of the paragraph, where planting is intended to provide a visual screen for the development. It may, and before you say it, happy to underline may, it may be appropriate to assess the effects for different seasons and periods of time. For example, at year 0, representing the start of the operational stage, year 5 and year 15, in order to demonstrate the contribution to reducing the adverse effects of the scheme at different stages. Yeah.
Yes.
And again, with the caveat that that's not some sort of mandatory requirement, you for visual impacts, you drew the guillotine, as it were, at year 0, and Mr. Reynolds said, well, I'm going to consider it at year 15.
Yes.
Yeah. And can we go then, please, to understand your approach to table 13 in the LVIA? And it's a paragraph 8.7.35 on page 62.
Yes, on there.
Now, just reading the introduction to that paragraph, you say table 13 summarizes the cumulative and additive effects written within this chapter and formalize the potential significance of the landscape and visual impacts. Do you see that? Now, again, it may be that I've just misunderstood it, but Does it deal with the landscape impacts, or is this actually about the visual impacts?
No, this is just visual.
Right, so can we cross out then the words landscape and? So this is then about visual impacts, not landscape impacts. And you're dealing with the construction and completion phases. Let's skip over construction and go to completion. Completion, which you treat as being year 0, for the 11 viewpoints in the LVIA, you conclude that there would be, I think, 3 major moderate
Yes.
effects and 6 at moderate.
Yes, I believe that's what I worked out.
And the table that we went to a few moments ago in the context of landscape character, so that we understand what the significance of effects means, that table applies to landscape character, impact, and visual
Yes,
impacts.
it does.
So the 6 that you treated as being moderate means that there are 6 of those representative viewpoints that you concluded were likely to be important considerations at a local level.
Yes, that's correct.
And 3 major moderates, so straddling
Straddling the bracket.
local importance with the higher bracket, which includes district and regional importance.
Yes. And that's obviously what's concluded after that table in the text.
Pardon?
That's what's concluded after that table in the text.
And when you then went on to consider viewpoints A, C, and D as part of the appeal process, you were then satisfied that that D, which is further south, isn't it,
Yes.
than I think any of the other viewpoints we've
Yeah,
had.
the citing of it bears no relevance, but yes, in terms
Okay.
of further south.
The inspector can see on his site visit, can't he, how much further south it is than any of the other
Yeah,
viewpoints.
there's actually a better view up that path, but that's not the view that was chosen.
So far as viewpoint D is concerned, you also concluded major moderate for that. So 4 in total, major moderates. And I just want now then to look at the apples and pears point. I promise you we'd come to it, and we will. So can we go then, keep our eyes on the LVIA, and I just want to go back a couple of a few pages from where we just were to page 51. Now, page 51, you set out a paragraph of bullet points for the magnitude of visual impact.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we then have text that follows, doesn't it, for each of the 11 viewpoints, 1 per page, more or less.
Yes.
And for each of those, you have a sub-paragraph, one dealing with construction and one dealing with completion.
Yes, that's correct.
And the way in which you approach it, and I'm not criticizing you at all for it, is you consistently talk about firstly the proposed buildings and then the proposed chimney.
Yes.
And if we look at the way you put it here for viewpoint 1, so we can just count down 5 lines in the text. You say these buildings will break the skyline as the existing buildings already do.
Mhm.
Yes, and pausing there, I mean, I think you made the point earlier that the height of the proposed buildings, remember when we were talking right at the beginning on our list of agreed points,
Yes,
more or less corresponded to the height of the buildings already on site.
more or less,
Yeah.
obviously depending on topography and situation within the site, but height, yes.
So we'll break the skyline as the existing buildings already do, and then you say especially the ERF stat, as that will sit up tall into the sky.
Yeah, that's the wording.
And if we go over the page to page 53 for viewpoint 2. I'm not going to do this for all 11, but I just don't think we need to. But you'll see the same thing, 5 lines down. These buildings will break the skyline as the existing buildings already do. And then you say, especially the ERS stack, as this will sit tall up into the sky. See that?
Yes.
And what you're, and that's a pattern, I think, isn't it? That
It's a repeated
Repeat.
phrase, yes.
Yeah. And the effect of what you're saying there in terms of the extent of change is that the existing buildings and the proposed buildings,
Mhm.
minus the chimney, existing buildings and proposed buildings, will do the same thing in terms of the skyline.
They are almost like for like, yeah.
And what will, I'm going to use the expression stick out like a sore thumb, you probably won't agree with that, but what will stick out is the chimney.
It will sit high. I'm
Yeah.
not sure stick out is the right word.
Yeah, well, let's go back to your words then, especially this stack, which will sit up tall into the
Yeah,
sky.
sit up.
So let's use the word sit up tall into the sky. Yeah. I can see you're
Yes, I will
struggling
move
with
in a
that. I don't
minute.
know whether
Yeah.
moving slightly
I
is
know.
going to be more comfortable.
Sunshine today.
I think my friend's microphone is on. I don't know if that's causing any issue or
I
not.
do, sorry, it's been sat on.
Thank you. And in your evidence in chief this morning,
Mhm.
you were asked about the generation of the type 4 visualizations.
Yes.
And the point you made, or one of the points you made about the type 4 visualizations and their generation, the process for that, was that you couldn't distinguish the proposed buildings from the existing buildings in those viewpoints, hence colouring purple, because otherwise people wouldn't be able to make that distinction.
It was hard. It's because of the patination, and obviously they're keeping some buildings, they're taking away some buildings. So the easiest thing to do was to try and just show them, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole purpose, we don't need to go to Glivia for this, I don't think, but the whole purpose of type 4 visualizations is to give us as accurate a picture as possible of what it's going to look like.
It was a decision taken by the team at the time. They wanted to be as transparent as possible because they knew that questions would be coming. So therefore.
And the reason you had to colour it purple in those visualizations, as you said in your evidence in chief, was because otherwise you wouldn't be able to draw the distinction between proposed and existing.
Pretty much.
But there's one caveat to that, isn't there, Mrs. Bean, which is where the chimney is visible, because there you can see the height, can't you?
It depends on the view, because it's obviously not visible in Mr. Reynolds' view A. So it would depend on the view and where you're looking at it.
Yeah.
We obviously didn't run visualizations for every single view.
And you ran visualizations on those viewpoints where you regarded the significance of effects to be greatest.
Yes.
And in those viewpoints, the chimney was visible.
Yes.
And therefore, in those viewpoints where the existing buildings and the proposed buildings would effectively merge together, I think that's the point you were making. What would stand out in those viewpoints is the tall thing.
A 1.7, 1 meter 0.07 slim chimney, and it wouldn't necessarily stand out because it depends on all the light levels and the coloration and all the other factors.
Sits all up
But
into the sky.
On those visuals, it's there, yes.
Yeah, to use your narrative descriptions, sits all up into the sky. And therefore, Mrs. Bean, just trying to piece that all together and to be as fair and reasonable as we can about it all. When you were looking at the impacts, although I can completely accept you were looking at the impacts of the scheme as a whole, the principal driver of the magnitude of change was the chimney, wasn't it?
Not always, no. because dependent on, again, where you are in the character area, sorry, in the study area.
Yeah.
Viewpoint one could have a completely different view to somewhere where you're standing much further back.
Those viewpoints which you treated as having the most, let's use the word serious, the
Yes,
most serious
2,
effect.
3 and 5.
The principal driver of change, for the reasons we've been discussing over the last 10 minutes, was the chimney in those viewpoints.
Not always.
Not
It's
always. In those viewpoints, the
Well,
ones that you
they
treated as
are-
being the most serious.
They are visible, and the whole proposal is visible, and there is a massing as well. So it isn't necessarily drawn to just specifically the chimney. It is the proposals as a whole.
And when you've explained your decision not to do a year 15 assessment,
Mhm.
let's treat, I hope uncontroversially, year 15 as being typically when planting might be at full maturity.
It will be heading towards it.
Heading
Obviously,
towards
it
full
depends
maturity.
on condition, but
Hmm.
yeah.
And let's call it a full maturity assessment then.
Okay.
At a full maturity assessment, you would hope, wouldn't you, as you said, I think in evidence in chief, that the planting will have done its job to screen the buildings.
That is the intended hope, yeah.
Yeah. And the one thing that I think as a agreement between us all, as we'd said in our list of 8 points of agreement earlier, the one thing it won't be able to screen is the chimney.
Of course, because there's not a tree that will grow in this country to 26 meters.
Yeah. When you first carried out your LVIA, because there were a series of iterations, weren't
yeah.
there? I think I've understood it correctly, haven't I? That your first iteration, at least, didn't account for the proposed tree belt because that hadn't yet been the
No,
subject of
It
discussion.
didn't exist at the first point. The landscape was hedgerows and wildflower planting, I think, and some other minor planting. So
Yeah.
it came about as part of the 225 regulation requests.
And that the purpose of the tree belt was principally for screening.
Yes, and assimilation in the lower levels.
And you then, in later iterations, obviously incorporated the tree belt into your assessment. And when you added in the tree belt and its effect, that didn't, I think, make any change, did it, to your LVIA conclusion?
No, we didn't change.
So I really am on the home straight now. I think probably 10 minutes. Three or four discrete points now. But first of all, the steam point.
Okay.
Now that's a point I think that you first raised, I think, in your rebuttal evidence.
Yes,
I'm really
that's
conscious about how uncomfortable.
I'm all right
you
now.
are,
It's moved around slightly.
you right now.
Yeah, I'm all right now.
You first raised it through your rebuttal evidence, and you were very frank and fair, Mrs. Bean, that's not something you had ever seen on any of your site visits.
No,
we
it
know that
isn't.
now to be 5 to 6 visits over
Yeah.
3.5 years. And can I ask you please just to turn up Mr. Cooper's proof of evidence and just look at the front cover?
Yes.
Do you have easy access to that?
I've got the core documents. If you can remind me of a number, that would be.
Yes, of course. It is, let's go to his rebuttal, 2.7.3.
Yes. I'm there.
Are you there? And it was referenced, I think, yesterday in Mr. Cooper's evidence in chief, we can see there from the cover, can't we? Some of the steam that was being referred to.
Yes,
You've made the point fairly in evidence in chief that you'd expect the steam to dissipate,
yes,
and that, as you understand it, that whether it appears and to what extent it appears will depend on matters such as atmospheric conditions and
yes,
so on.
it is.
And when we look at the picture on the front cover of the rebuttal, what's evident, albeit this is in a close-up view, is that the steam is coming, isn't it, from what would appear to be mounds of earth or compost or
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mr.
processed
Cooper
waste.
explained it better yesterday, but yeah, they're mounds of well, they're the windrows on the site.
Yeah. And in your rebuttal proof of evidence at 2.3.36, now, have that open, but just before I ask you about that, get to it first, 2.3.36. You, do you remember when we were talking earlier about sensitivity? And you agreed with me, I think, that so far as sensitivity is concerned, we're talking about people,
Yes,
and we drew a distinction between local people and people who, you know,
in that
far.
term sensitivity, we've talked a lot of sensitivity, but that one, yes.
Yeah, and therefore, when you see when a local person sees steam, you'd expect them to know what it's coming from, wouldn't you?
You would think it's not always evident though.
And at your 2.3.36, you make this point that I'm paraphrasing, that you think the sensitivity, that confirms your view that the sensitivity is lower than Mr. Reynolds had concluded.
Yeah, I think it's one of the points.
And in terms of that sensitivity, we've been there already, but I mean, you both agree in terms of sensitivity of the site, don't you?
Yes,
And so far as the surroundings, you're effectively half a band apart, aren't you? You say moderate, he says moderate to high.
yeah,
Yeah. And so far as sensitivity is concerned, I mean, if you were going to downgrade your own sensitivity, you'd have told us about that by now. You're not going
yeah,
to do it
there's no
obviously now, are you?
intention, yeah.
Good. Next of our, I think, the 4 discrete points is countryside. I think I can deal with that incredibly briefly, really.
Okay,
When the inspector reaches conclusions in respect of the impact on landscape character and the impact in terms of visual harm, the inspector can then go on to consider, can't he? Is there a recognition of the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside?
that is part of this process, and that's one of the points that's raised in the rejection. Sorry, not the rejection, the the notification.
Thirdly, just a point on the SPD, and I want to particularly pick up on just the ancient woodland point, please, if we can. Can we go to your rebuttal, please? Paragraph 2.3.5.
Yes,
And you say that Mr. Reynolds has missed fundamental key characteristics of the cladodes. I'm going to ignore the words just to suit his narrative, Mrs. Bean. And you then identify the 2 bullets we've talked about, the second of which, extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest. Do you see that?
yes, I'm there.
And you were asked some questions about that in chief, and just to deal with that point very briefly, can you just go back to the SPD and the key characteristic page?
Yeah, I'm there.
Now, as I understand it, the position that you've described, Mrs. B, what you're saying is that the planting of woodland that would come with the scheme
Mhm.
fits in with the looking forward section of
Yes, it
paragraph
does.
3.57.
Yes.
Yeah. But when we look at the key characteristics here on page 73, the key characteristic, which is the extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest,
Mhm.
let's just look at it for what it says.
Yeah.
That isn't a key characteristic of the study area,
Yeah,
is it?
that's in the other.
It helps. We're not, that's not the case, and that's not,
I know.
yeah, okay, you know that.
I was
It's
gonna,
not a key characteristic of the study area, is
no,
it?
it's not.
No.
And that's what we did discuss this morning.
And then, so when at 2.3.5, you make the criticism of Mr. Reynolds for not identifying as relevant the key characteristic extensive cover of ancient woodland in the northwest. Although you wanted to draw attention to the looking forward
Yeah.
part, was
But
it a
he
bit
could have-
unfair to
He could have
identify the?
provided commentary if we turned it around, and I appreciate that's not what's written. He
Yeah.
could have provided commentary saying that this key characteristic doesn't apply as well.
Yeah, but your criticism of him
Yes,
is
I
for not
understand.
identifying it as relevant.
I understand that is what that is there, but there is also another way of looking at it.
Yeah, but do you
But-
accept that the key characteristic as identified here is not relevant to the study area for
And
this
that was
scheme?
discussed in my evidence in chief earlier.
Fourth and final discrete point, and then we just wrap up with a couple of bits. You made a point in your proof of evidence that I'm going to paraphrase. You don't understand how the planning committee reached the decisions to inform reason for refusal 1.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it'd be no,
So they had, just to be clear about this, they had in front of them your LVIA, didn't they?
I wasn't there, I don't know. So one would assume it was submitted as part of the
well,
application. So yes,
The LVIA, you presumably you're aware that the committee report referred extensively to the
yes, but
LVIA.
obviously I wasn't there.
Yeah,
Yes,
and to its conclusions.
yes,
Yes. So the members would have had an LVIA which identified harm at the different levels. We don't need to go through all that again, in terms of the landscape character and in terms of visual impact.
yes,
Yes. You would know from your own experiences of the planning process that you'd expect members to have their own significant experience of the local area.
yes,
And you know now, if you didn't know before, because you've been in here, I think, listening to most of the evidence, that members went on an organised
yes.
tour, which included going, I think, to 10 of the 11 viewpoints.
Yeah, I didn't know which one they didn't go to, but yes, I am aware of that.
Good. So those are the 4 discrete points. So just wrapping up, please. You told us in your evidence in chief that you have a better understanding than Mr. Reynolds, but because you've been involved for 3 to 4 years and he's only been involved since November.
Yeah, in
Remember
part due to the development proposals and the whole context.
Yeah. And the appellant has been reliant on your advice in terms of the impacts on the landscape and visual impacts for those 3.5 years.
Yes, that's what I was employed for.
And sometimes, do you agree first in principle? I mean, sometimes professional advisors in planning matters, the longer they're involved, the closer they get to the project, don't they?
No, not always. And I was involved at points along the way, obviously not continuously retained for 3.5 years. So I would go away and bring myself back into it to then undertake the next stage of the works.
And Mrs. Bean, I mean, I don't suggest for 1 second that you haven't approached everything in good faith and applying your judgments, but do you think your closeness to the project over 3.5 years has affected those judgments?
No, I totally disagree.
So those are all my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I don't have any further questions of the witness. Does anybody want to raise anything else?
I have some questions in re-examination.
Yeah,
So um, I've got a few. So
Right.
if you want lunch around lunchtime, then you should probably, I suggest we should come back to do the re-examination after lunch.
yeah. Yeah, I think we should adjourn for an hour and then come back for the
Yeah.
re-examination.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, Mrs. Bean, but it's
Yeah.
1:25 now.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do that. So period of stands, obviously. Thank you. Okay, the inquiry is resumed. Mr. Burton, you wanted to re-examine.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes, good afternoon, Mrs. Bean. I have some questions for you in clarification of your evidence given in cross examination, and what I'll do. So I hope you can follow, and obviously, most importantly, the inspector can follow. Is I'll try to take things in the order in which they were asked you and in which you answered. So, you were asked about viewpoint D. This is Mr. Reynolds. Viewpoint D, and the context, I should say, was in sense of it being further south. Now you have a view that is not well, sorry, what is your nearest view to viewpoint D?
That would be viewpoint 9, I think.
Should we just look at that on whatever viewpoint plan is
That would be
best-
the LVIA.
best at hand?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got it as drawing number 1008 in the LVIA.
Yeah, okay. And
Although it is on the, if we want to see them both together, it might be best to look at Mr. Reynolds.
yes,
Yeah. Mr. Reynolds' proof
in his proof.
in his
Yeah.
ZTV.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's the first page in his appendix B, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. And is there a scale? Is there a scale on this? Is this?
It
Can you
says it's
tell us
not to
what-
scale.
Sorry,
It says it's not to scale,
it says it's, but it's not. It
but
says,
obviously we've got the rings which can give us some approximation.
yeah. Is it laid over anything that is to scale or not? As it were.
I don't believe so, but nor is my drawing also.
Yeah,
Mine is the
okay.
same.
All right. Well, how far away are we talking about in your view?
Probably one of the rings, bit less.
Okay, thank you. Can I check regarding viewpoint D? You've got a paragraph about that in your rebuttal 2.1.23. I'm not asking you to read it
Okay.
out, but can I check, is your view changed or remains the same regarding viewpoint D?
It remains the same.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right, moving on, you were asked about your figure 8. May we turn that up, please?
Yeah.
And you were asked a question. Do you remember you were asked a question about the orange
Yes.
shade, the orange, so it's the orange shading showing industrial.
That's it, because it was
Yeah.
based, this drawing was based on a land cover and land use plan.
Well, yes. Well, that was what I was going to ask you, because we see in the key it says, as you just said, surrounding land use and land cover.
Yes.
Is that the same or different to character, please?
It is different to character.
Yeah.
And obviously this was set out to set the context of baseline for the 2021 LVIA.
Yeah. So land use then. Does it mean what the word says?
Yeah, it essentially is as straightforward.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Moving on, please. You were asked some questions about the plant nursery, and it was put to you that a plant nursery or plant nurseries, I'm not sure if it was singular or plural, is a common feature of the rural landscape. And your answer I have typed down was you're going on the type of business hosted within it. So you're going on the type of business hosted within it rather than the actual look and shape and feel of the building. Okay. Can you explain what you mean about the difference between the going on, as you said, the type of business hosted within it rather than?
Yeah, well, obviously, business is a use. We sort of did talk around this. Yeah, it's a use for building. You know, you can have any type of business housed in said building if you wanted to, but in this instance, obviously, it's a plant nursery. But as I said, in terms of working through characterization, it's about look and appearance and how you arrive at the space and the materiality and size. But it's not as materially important to have a look at the actual internal use of it.
Yeah, I understand. And is it the same point that you had a further discussion about the chicken farm?
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah. Thank you. Right, moving on again. Now you were asked you're asked a number of questions about landscape characterization. And in particular on the basis that the difference between you and Mr. Reynolds was whether the landscape was rural,
Yes.
or industrial / semi-industrial. Okay. And those led to a question: if the inspector, having said, as we said earlier, about variations in judgments, and I think that was between professionals, but I missed it. But the nub continued. If the inspector disagreed with you, this is a rural landscape, not semi-industrial. And you made the point in response, quite swiftly in response. Obviously, it's semi-rural.
Yes.
Not semi-industrial. That's the difference. Just
Yeah,
explain the point you were making.
Well, obviously, I've never classed this as semi-industrial. We have said that there are pockets within it, and as per this rebuttal, the proof figure 8, I've highlighted those with the brown circles, but I've never not said that the landscape isn't rural, or in my case, semi-rural.
Yeah.
There is a lot of countryside within this landscape.
Yeah, and that's, yes, your position is, as you've explained, it's semi-rural because of, yeah, I understand. Yeah, thank you. Moving on, please. Yeah, could you turn up your LVIA, please? And you were asked, turn to page 50, please.
Yes.
And you may recall, and you probably put your finger in page 50 or a post-it note or something like that, and also page 20. But starting with page 50, you'll recall you were asked various questions about para 8.5.1 there.
Yes, I will.
Yeah. And the first and some of them are about timescale and landscaping. The first point I want to understand, please, and make sure we've all clearly understood, is whether there's any difference between normal font text and text that's in italics, or different colors to normal black font text.
Yeah, the black text is my original text that went in as part of the planning application. And then the blue text and the green text, as explained in the front of the document, explains the changes that were achieved as part of the 2 Regulation 25 requests, with blue text being the first revision and then the green text being the next set of revision. So it was just to aid the reader and to clarity.
Now, as you discussed with my learned friend, I think point was made a couple of times that when you wrote your first version of the LVIA, which we see, as it were, the survival of that here in the normal text, correct?
Yes.
When you wrote that first version, the landscaping hadn't been worked up, and in particular, there wasn't this landscaping of height, correct?
Certainly not of height, no.
Yeah, right. So that's you discussed that with him. Now, I see that the conclusion in the final bullet of it is therefore concluded that the overall magnitude of the landscape impacts would be low is in a normal font text.
Yes, it is. So that didn't change with the various developments that came along.
Yeah. Now, what I want to understand, and I'm bearing in mind your answer to my learned friend, that conclusion is a conclusion expressed as at year 15 here.
It is written as a conclusion that would be expressed as at year 15, yes.
Yeah. What I want to understand is why the landscaping doesn't make any difference to the landscape impacts being low.
Because I think at the time, I obviously, when working through all the different versions, I didn't feel that, although very beneficial to have the extra landscaping, and obviously it ticks SPDs, gives us ecological credits, I didn't think it made it that much of a difference to the change in the outcome of the assessment.
Okay. And in terms of, now there were lots of questions about magnitude of change for landscape impacts, and you said you were struggling to find it. And this is cool. Sorry, just to remind ourselves that your table 8 has a column, as it were, magnitude of change, and a column column and then a row sensitivity receptor, all in bold, and they kind of are put together. Yeah. So you were asking questions about magnitude of change for landscape impacts, and you said you were struggling to find it at this point. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you had a chance to have a further look and a think about things over the lunch break?
Flick through it, but yeah, it would. Yeah, probably.
Well, is there any assistance to be had on page 50 in what's at the top of the page and working down from there? I'm wondering.
So the visual dominance of the Envar composting facility would render any effects of the proposed development as low to low moderate. Is that? Sorry, I think you're going to have to help with the extra.
You were struggling to find, I think, and point us to and tell us your thinking regarding magnitude of change for landscape impacts.
Well, obviously, I do say at 8.5.1, obviously, this is the residual magnitude of change for this point.
Yeah. Can I?
There's only so far Milena Frank can go in trying to lead on this.
I'm not leading. I'm asking the witness. You know, can she help us?
Indeed.
Mrs. Dean.
Sorry, it's not I couldn't find anything. I had a flick through, and obviously, I haven't turned up anything yet.
All right. Okay. Fine. You were asked some further questions about what your position was in terms of landscape character, and you gave an answer, I would have to sit down and work through it to make sure. Yeah. Have you had a chance to do that over the lunch break?
I will say I should have done, but I didn't know. I do apologise.
Okay. And you gave you were asked a number of questions that led to this. So therefore, on your own evidence, should the inspector on your own evidence regard on your own evidence. Sorry, I've written down, but I think it's slightly inaccurate. I've written down, so therefore, on your own evidence, should the inspector on your own evidence regard the magnitude of change as being moderate? I think it was put in a slightly different way. And the answer was the word moderate will definitely be in that. Yes, whether it's graded is the answer I've written down, the word grading. What did you mean by whether it's
because obviously
graded, please?
In the column moderate, when you take it against the magnitude of change, I accept that it's definitely not significant, but we've got 3 gradings, one either side, that one is moderate major, one is moderate, and then we've got moderate minor.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. You've got in your rebuttal proof at 4.2.22 an assessment regarding the chimney.
Sorry,
So
is
not
that proof or rebuttal?
Rebuttal at 4.2.22.
I think that's a typo.
Sorry, what have I written down? Apologies. I do apologise.
Proof?
No. Proof, yes. Sorry, proof. I've written proof and I said rebuttal. Sorry, your proof at 4.2.22. Which I accept, as it says, it's about the chimney, but does that assist us at all with this or not?
Can I just clarify that it starts with reference to type 4
Yes, it does.
visualizations?
Yeah. 4.2.22 in the proof at page 28.
So obviously I wrote about the existing landscape character as moderate minor for the developed site. So yeah, I obviously, when you talk about providing in the screening and everything else, obviously then I determine that the change board about by the chimney itself will be noted as moderate minor as well.
Yeah, is that a grading comment?
That is a grading, yes.
Okay. And what time scale is that one done at?
Well, obviously we're talking about the type 4 visualizations, and they were done with year 0.
Year 0.
So completion.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through. Yeah, those are my questions in re-examination. Thank you, Mrs. Bean.
Thank you, Mr. Burton. Thank you, Ms. Bean. I don't have any further questions. There is a matter I'm just going to turn to the appellants about. in that Cambridge Friends of the Earth had a request to speak on the opening day of the inquiry, but they weren't able to make.
Of course, be allowed to speak, sir.
Yes, they've subsequently submitted a message to say that they can't attend, and would a written version of their oral statement that would have been read out be a potential document to be submitted to the inquiry, and I'm just seeking your views on that.
Well, is this a document we've already seen, sir, or do we think it's a new one?
It would have been an oral statement.
Yeah. Well,
That couldn't be made in person.
thank you. Yeah, so there's no difficulty with that. I was slightly nervous that we might be getting a report or something like that, but no.
No, it's a non-scientific report, but it does make scientific points, I believe. Yep. Okay. I don't have any further questions, as I've just mentioned. Looking at the indicative timetable, I think. Sorry, you want to say something? Yeah. I can hear you. Yes.
Mentioned the written and bearing in mind that efficiency departments and noted that written comprises 10% of the study area. The airfield is actually now decommissioned. And the activity that happens then, I believe, is what we take before we can down. That now, the RAF bases such as largely now residential and one of the alternate transients and one of the farmers in the farm thought that Bloomsfield would go to that school. He is 2.3 kilometres from something, and he marked once you're away from the road, it's really peaceful. It's evident by the fact that the last year here, she's still in here on shy carry home. Now, I'm a sulfur scene, so I can go out. Back that so point is that some second of all, they mentioned roads in the area, and she mentioned the silence in the transition. And I'd like to point to try to from
Thank you for those points. I've made record of those. Does anybody else want to raise anything before we move on? I'll take that as a no. Looking at the indicative timetable, Mr. Burton, I think you want to introduce another witness.
Dr. Owen, yes.
Yeah.
So if that's acceptable to
Yeah.
you, I think we gave an indicative estimate of an hour and a quarter. Now, Dr. Owen does have a fair few points from the interested parties raised on the first day to respond to,
Yeah.
but she tells me she is optimistic that she will still be very much there or thereabouts an hour and a quarter. I've had a discussion with my learned friend. I won't speak for him, but shall we say the indication is of not substantial cross-examination, Dr. Owen. I'm pretty confident that we can get the witness done. I mean, I suspect probably get the witness done by 4:30, which I know is a little bit late for a Friday, but it would mean that we're quite well set up for the next week. No chance of calling Mr. I'll say no chance, but I really don't want to call Mr. Othen and then have him heard around
Yes,
the
I
weekend.
understand that.
So
yes.
so
Yeah.
are you content with that approach? sir?
I'm very
Yeah.
content with that. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mrs. Bean. Please clear your kit.
So just while Dr. Owen is setting up, on so far as Dr. Owen is concerned, subject obviously to what is said in chief.
Yeah.
Because of the council's position in respect of, let's call it the scientific evidence.
Yeah.
I would imagine there's very, very little that I will need to deal with on behalf of the council in terms of cross-examination.
Okay.
If that gives you some reassurance.
Yeah.
The second thing is that I had a message. I had a message that those members of the public who are watching proceedings on the live stream are unable to hear contributions that aren't made via a microphone, and obviously the lady a moment ago wasn't on the microphone. So I think going forward, possibly if there are contributions to be made from members of the public, it might be a good idea for them to use a microphone.
Yes, absolutely. We will do that if that arises again. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Dr. Owen, did you just give me a nod to indicate you're ready? Great. Thank you very much. So we shouldn't need anything by way of core documents. Well, yeah, we shouldn't. Yes. Let's see. Dr. Owen, let me introduce you first, please. You are Dr. Amanda Owen, for professional name. You hold a Bachelor of Science degree in Energy and Environmental Technology, and you're a Doctor of Philosophy, having investigated the optimization and environmental performance of coal and biomass co-combustion in boilers. You're a chartered environmentalist and a full member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment, IEMA. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You have worked in the environmental field for 29 years, initially in air quality monitoring and assessment, considering both industrial emissions and ambient air quality. Is that right?
That's correct.
You tell us you've maintained a focus on air quality throughout your career, and you tell us what the range of the work you have done has involved, and I won't go into the detail of that, but can you confirm that everything in 1.1 through to 1.4 of your proof is correct in terms of introducing you?
Yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you very much. You have obviously prepared a proof of evidence for this planning appeal, which we have before us, but you've also, that comes on the back of some work beforehand, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
You have given us what might be described as I think what would be described as an expert declaration in your proof. Do you stand by that?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's correct.
Now, in terms of your proof, which comes with appendices, which we're looking at now, is there anything at this stage to correct or alter in any way in those documents, please?
There are 2 points which I wish to clarify on my proof.
Yeah.
My proof paragraph 2.9
Yeah.
refers to, sorry, I'll just turn it up. Refers to the assessments being undertaken at the maximum emission limit that we're anticipating for each of the processes. That is absolutely true and correct for all of the new processes for the site, and indeed for our assumed particulate release from the biomass boilers.
Yeah.
However, we had monitored data for the release of oxides of nitrogen, so the NOx release from the biomass boilers. And that was what we modelled along with the discharge conditions, which had been measured as well. So that's actual measured data at the relevant reference conditions,
Great.
rather than emission limit value data.
Yeah, of course the biomass boilers are already
They're
present.
existing. It's
Yes.
an existing
Yeah.
process, which is how we have measured data.
Yes.
And it would be
Yeah.
perfectly normal and correct to use the measured data
Yeah.
because you have it.
Yeah.
Whereas for all of the new processes, obviously we have to make an element of assumption on the emissions that are being discharged.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
assume that it's at the emission limit value. The second point is in regard to my proof paragraph 3.20, whereby I note that the Novus environmental information that I have referred to in my proof, I mentioned that I wasn't aware of a human health risk assessment that had been done. However, I've now found that. So with that submission, with that planning application, there was a human health risk assessment undertaken, and it was done using the same methodology, the same protocol that we've applied. Therefore, both the Clinitech sites that we've referred to and the Novus environmental site that we've referred to had all submitted at planning and, where relevant, at permitting, dispersion modelling and human health risk assessments. I just haven't found the human health risk assessment when I produced my proof.
But you found it now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other correction or alteration,
No.
clarification to give? No. Right. Thank you very much. Right. So with that, obviously, as you're aware, your proof stands as the first part of your evidence in chief. What you say next is the other part of your evidence in chief in response to my questions. Just to set the scene for you, I know you know it, but I think it also helps the public to understand. The County Council, of course, is not pursuing reason for refusal to as a reason for refusal. That reason, alleged breach of policy by reason of perceived harm. It's only the perceived harm to health and well-being to local businesses and residents that the County Council raised an issue with. We have heard interested parties on the topic generally at this inquiry, of course. After your proof was prepared, the parties agreed on a finalised main statement of common ground. I don't think we need to turn it up because it's been said a few times this inquiry now, but that includes amongst the matters agreed, and this is section 10.1 in the first row of the table, that it's common ground that the technical assessment work that supported the planning application demonstrates that the appeal proposal will not have an adverse impact on air quality, the wider environment, or human health. Okay, so that's our starting point. And we also, were you here for my cross-examination, Mr. Whitehouse, yesterday?
Yes.
If you were, you will have heard that Mr. Whitehouse had agreed, as I think he'd already said in his evidence in chief, that it's common ground that the legal test for whether a fear is capable of being a material consideration is that set by a case called Smith, and it's the test is there a reasonable basis, right? Okay, so that's all the context. First question then is you tell us in your proof about the various assessments you have undertaken. Has anything been said at this inquiry to date that you have not taken into account in your written materials?
No, there's nothing that's been said that would change my conclusions.
Okay. Okay, fine. Shall we, though, because we do need to deal with this issue of a perception of harm, as it were, but also members of the public have, I think, some have put it higher than a perception of harm and have talked about actual harm. Shall we start by having you talk us through in outline the assessments you've run, please, and why?
Yeah, certainly. So the assessments that we have run, do you want me to go into the detail of the nature of the assessment? So the traffic impact assessment, the traffic air quality impact assessment, or the nature of the how the detail associated with them?
Well, I would like you, and I'm very well aware, Dr. Owen, that the inspectors read all of the material in advance.
Absolutely.
I'm also acutely aware that it's a public inquiry and there are members of the public here and watching at home, and this is an issue that members of the public are concerned about. So in a sense, I would like you to take us from the ground up, so people can really understand what you've done and why you've done it,
Okay.
and whether you can give them any reassurance, basically.
Okay. So the methodologies that we have applied and in undertaking our assessments are standard methodologies, and they're appropriate for the assessments that we've undertaken. We've used long-standing and verified modelling techniques and assessment regimes, and we've used detailed guidance available from, for example, the environmental regulator, in this case, the Environment Agency. As with any of these assessments, when an assessment is being developed, there can be some elements of interpretation and different workings applied, and the effects of those can be sensitivity tested. But fundamental principles and workings are applied when developing a dispersion model, for example, to inform an air quality assessment. And therefore, these are robust and can be relied upon, especially where conservative considerations are made. That's definitely the case here. And as always, we've applied conservative and often overly conservative assessments and used overly conservative assumptions and therefore provided conservative assessments. The idea behind providing a worst case robust assessment is to ensure that any foreseeable changes are not going to underreport the potential impact, and therefore where measured data isn't available, perhaps you would apply an emission limit value, exactly as I've just discussed, in order to give that worst case approach. What the results of our assessment showed is that the process contributions created by the new processes and the biomass boilers on site, which we modelled, were either insignificant or were otherwise not significant, requiring no further assessment. When we were assessing them against the environmental regulator, again, the Environment Agency, their own guidance. What that means is not only were the relevant assessment levels, in this case, the air quality standards, which include limits and target values, or indeed environmental assessment levels where air quality standards aren't relevant, or indeed critical levels and loads, which are specific to ecological receptors. Not only were those not exceeded, but the levels predicted, the contributions to air pollution and the ground level contributions to pollution from the process, and then also the predicted environmental concentration, which is the combination of the existing background plus the contribution, were screened as either insignificant, which is screening at the first stage, or otherwise not significant and requiring no further assessment, which is screening at the second stage. All of this information was presented in my reports and submissions, and therefore the data was obviously available to review at the initial planning application stage through the responses to the Regulation 25 notices, and then obviously are submitted to the inspector for consideration.
Thank you. Now, emission limits, assessment levels, just to ensure that the public understand, when you, for example, assess something that's proposed, that's not built yet, at the emission limit for that thing, what does that mean you are assuming, as it were?
We're assuming that the process discharges at its maximum permitted level on a continuous basis. So 24/7 throughout the course of a year, it is emitting at the emission limit value. And a process isn't allowed to go above the emission limit value. Therefore, it is the worst case.
Yeah. Assessment level?
Indeed, so we have air quality standards in the UK, and those involve limit values and some target values. These are set by government through the air quality strategy. They are enforced effectively by DEFRA and indeed by councils through the air quality regime, and then the Environment Agency in England, as far as industrial processes are concerned. But the assessment levels are set at levels which are, to the best of scientific knowledge, are the levels at which human health will not be damaged over a set period. So they're given timings as well. For example, the assessment levels for nitrogen dioxide, there's an annual limit, and there's also an hourly limit. And over that period, you'll have different concentrations within ambient air. And the intention is that staying below those concentrations means that you are within the level at which scientific knowledge tells us that there should be no human health impact.
Thank you. And there's, I think, well, I don't know if we need to put that in the context of significant and insignificant and not significant, or not. Do you want to just put those together, or is it too difficult?
I'll try and keep it brief.
I think we are. Yeah.
So the assessment criteria that we apply, which is enforced not only by the Environment Agency, but also Seaper in Scotland and Natural Resources Wales in Wales, looks at a screening methodology. When it comes to long-term emissions, so we'd be talking about an annual average assessment level, the screening methodology says that if a process contribution, so this is the contribution from, in this case, the site, it's everything modelled, it's not just a single process. If the process contribution is less than 1% of the assessment level, then it can immediately be screened as insignificant. If it's above 1%, it's not necessarily and automatically significant. And so we go to the second stage screening, which considers the predicted environmental concentration, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the background, the existing background plus the process contribution. And if that remains below 70% of the assessment level, then no further work is required. The reasoning behind the 1% criterion screening as insignificant is that on a long-term basis, the background concentration is the substantial factor in the overall predicted environmental concentration. And then there's a substantial safety factor built in because the 1% is effectively 2 orders of magnitude below the assessment level. We have a similar screening criteria for the short-term assessment, but it is a little bit different. Fundamentally, under short-term assessment, it's deemed that up to 20% of the relevant short-term assessment level would be insignificant, but we apply a safety factor of 10, which takes it down to a 10% immediate screening threshold. However, because the differences in spatial and temporal conditions have a bigger impact on the process contribution in the short term, which could be an hourly average, a 24-hourly average, or a 15-minute average, for example, we undertake the second stage of the assessment slightly differently. So we look at the process contribution and what percentage that is of the initial assessment level minus twice the background level. And we go twice the background level because the backgrounds are usually annual averages. So doubling it gives you a safety factor for the shorter term. So it's a slightly different assessment, but it's still a 2-stage assessment. Effectively, if you meet both those criteria, there's no further work required.
Okay. If the public want to read and see this in your proof, you have I think a section where you explain the screening processes.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it is 3.42.
Yeah. Okay. There's another term that crops up in your proof, which is TDI, tolerable daily intake. Could you explain that, please?
Yes, of course. So this is specifically used in our assessments for the assessment of dioxins, furans, and dioxin-like PCBs.
Yeah.
I'm going to refer to those going forward just as dioxins, just for ease, but effectively they're a family of pollutants. Furans and dioxin-like PCBs are similar in structure to dioxins, and they also have elevated toxicity. So we group them all together into this family of dioxins. And the TDI, the tolerable daily intake, is a level that has come about from originally a World Health Organization paper in the late 90s. And that took its starting point to try and identify a level at which we could assess the dioxins, the impact of dioxins, because we don't have a simple air quality standard as we do for some of the other pollutants. It has its starting point in the lowest observable adverse effect level of the pollutants when considered against animal studies that were undertaken. And these were then associated with body burdens to build them up to human health impacts. The range of the tolerable daily intake that was identified by the World Health Organization was for the human daily intake was 14 to 37, so that's 14 to 37 picograms per kilogram per day. A safety factor has then been applied of 10, so that takes us down to between 1 and 4. And the UK Committee on Toxicology applies, therefore, a TDI of 2 picograms per kilogram per day as the assessment, the relevant assessment level. What the TDI is the total intake that an individual could receive over the course of their entire lifetime without any known effect, bearing in mind we are talking about highly toxic chemicals, and there's a concern that there is no safe level. That is the tolerable daily intake of the human body. TDI can also then be translated into an associated individual cancer risk, which we have done through our assessments as well.
Thank you. And right now, that's I think by way of introduction to the concepts. You in your proof you've briefly explained the studies you prepared for the planning application. This is section 2.1 of your proof, and then you said something more in your proof about each of them. Why don't you now orally say something about each wrap those up together, but say something about each of them, and if you can, and I will ask you questions to try to make sure you do, see if you can address the substance of the points made by the interested parties on the first ed inquiry, not interested party by interested party by interested party, where people made the same point, obviously trying to deal with them together.
Okay, yeah. So if I start with the traffic impact assessment that we undertook.
Yeah. So this right. So this is in respect of this is the transport element.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So we applied again a two-stage assessment screening criteria, and this is that which is recommended by Environmental Protection UK and the Institute of Air Quality Management. And what the initial screening assessment does is considers the change in vehicle movements of a proposed development and assess whether there is likely to be any significant effect or not, and therefore whether a full and detailed air quality assessment may need to be undertaken. Because of the small difference in the vehicles attending the site through the proposed development, effectively no further detailed air quality assessment was required because the level of change to the air quality impacts would be insignificant. So we didn't do any further assessment. And I note that Mrs. Marco commented on Tuesday. She questioned whether the fact that there will be more light goods vehicles as opposed to perhaps the current levels of heavy goods vehicles attending the site, the change in the nature of vehicles, would that have an impact? And fundamentally, no, it wouldn't. In reality, the assessment we apply to the heavy goods vehicles is more stringent than that to the light goods vehicles. And so we still would have screened as insignificant. We wouldn't need to do a detailed air quality assessment.
Okay. And that's for traffic. Yeah.
Yes, for traffic only.
Can I ask this? Have you? We've heard since you prepared your proof a bit more, including from Mr. Cooper. Heard and read a bit more because he's prepared a proof, obviously, and a rebuttal a bit more from Mr. Cooper about the appellant's intention to fuel its vehicles using biogas rather than diesel. Is that something you have factored in?
No, it's not, because we didn't undertake an assessment, so we had no need to. That obviously would have been a benefit, but we didn't undertake a detailed assessment.
Okay, well, that was going to be my next question, actually. You say obviously it would have been a benefit. So do you want to just explain that?
Well, certainly with regards to pollutant levels, the use of biogas would reduce greenhouse gas emissions and particulate emissions on the road.
Right. Thank you. Anything else to say about the traffic air quality assessment?
No.
Or shall we move on to, because you've done a process,
It was screened very quickly, so
you've done a process air quality assessment as well, haven't you?
we have.
Should we move
absolutely.
on to that? Yeah.
Indeed. So we used we've used an air dispersion modelling software tool called air dispersion modelling software, commonly known as ADMS. And that is a computer model which was designed and is available in the UK as well as being available elsewhere. It was designed by Cambridge Environmental Research Consultants. It's one of a number of models that's available. And the two most commonly used ones in the UK, at least, are the ADMS tool, which we use, or indeed the AirMod tool, which is an American model. We modelled emissions from the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, the new biofilter that will serve the AD plant, the biogas upgrade facility, the pellet fertilizer production facility, two proposed combined heat and power units on the site, and also the two existing biomass boilers. So we modelled all of those in combination to determine what the overall process contribution of the site activities would be. There's also a small gas-fired boiler due to be included in the project, which will only be operational when the healthcare waste energy recovery facility is not operational to produce heat for the AD plant. And that wasn't modelled initially, but air quality consultants, who were Cambridge County Council's independent expert consultants that reviewed our work, requested that it was modelled. So we modelled that and gave the results in the response to the Regulation 25 request. There are also two emergency flares on site, one of which will serve the biogas upgrade unit and the other serves the gas entry unit. These are emergency flares only, and it's appropriate not to model those. The two flares are estimated to be in operation for less than 2% of the time, 2% of the year, and only when the processes that they serve aren't operating. And it's common practice not to model such emergency flares, and those were not modelled.
Oh.
We also looked within the air quality assessment at odour emissions, and I'll note quickly that Mrs. Blows identified on Tuesday that the Raptor Foundation should be a highly sensitive receptor because they also have accommodation on site. Taking that on board, I've looked again at that assessment and looking at the Raptor Foundation as a highly sensitive receptor. It does move the impact on the assessment matrix for the Raptor Foundation from negligible to slight, but it doesn't change the conclusions of the overall assessment. There is only one receptor that would receive concentrations above the assessment level for odour. So the overall conclusions of the assessment don't change.
Yeah. Thank you. I've got a matching question about the use of biogas, actually, and unless there's anything more you want to say about the process before I ask it. No. So have you factored in, and we've heard about this obviously since you prepared your more about this since you prepared your proof, the appellant's aspiration to switch on-site plant, so that's run off electricity rather than diesel?
No, because certainly when we were undertaking the assessments, that was aspiration. It wasn't anything more than that, and therefore we couldn't rely on it. And
does the same go for the aspiration to switch on-site mobile plant from diesel to biogas?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Just to be clear, if those assumptions, as it were modelled in, what would that do to the assessment? Would their quality get worse or get better or stay the same?
Well, again, we haven't modelled mobile plants as part of the process air quality assessment. That would have to be done as part of the traffic air quality assessment, but ultimately using biogas on site would be beneficial over diesel from an air quality perspective.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Right, good. Anything else to say about then the air quality process process assessment?
We also looked at the potential for a plume to be created, to be generated.
Yes,
from,
yeah, you should cover that. That's common ground between us and the county council, but yes, cover that, please.
Yeah, so we, again, using the air dispersion modelling system tool, we can determine when a plume is likely to be generated from a stack based on the moisture content and the temperatures in the flue gases, and also the moisture content and temperature in the ambient air, which we did, and that identified that a plume would be potentially generated, having done 5 years worth of modelling work, used 5 years worth of meteorological conditions. There were 2 hours when applying the worst case conditions that we had information on, that might produce a plume, a visible plume. One of those hours was at 7 p.m. Bearing in mind the date for both of the visible plumes was 28th of February. It would have been dark at 7 p.m. So the chances of seeing the plume would be quite small. We usually look at daylight hours when we're looking at plume. So 1 to 2 hours, one could say, a visible plume might be observed. It stayed within the boundaries of the site. It didn't extend beyond the site boundary, and therefore the impact of any visible plume would be negligible.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Is that right? Enough said from your perspective regarding the air quality process assessment?
So, yeah.
Right. Should we move on to the, what I'll conveniently adopt from you, the dioxins assessment?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, as I mentioned earlier, dioxins don't have sort of an easy number against which we can just say if you're above this level or below this level, it's not okay or it's okay. It's done slightly backwards, but instead we have to produce a human health risk assessment for dioxins, furans and dioxin-like PCBs. And for this, we use the US EPA, which is the United States Environmental Protection Agency. They have a protocol called the Human Health Risk Assessment Protocol. This was set up in 2005. They wrote the protocol. It's still applied today. It's applied in the UK. It's applied in the States. It's applied across Europe as well. And it was devised to consider the potential impact from emissions from hazardous waste combustion facilities. So in the UK, at least, when one is looking at any thermal treatment processes of waste, you would usually apply the US EPA HHRAP to determine the impact of dioxins and furans. And it's that by which we determine what the tolerable daily intake is.
Thank you. Now, I think what I'm keen to do is broadly follow the structure of your proof. So any members of the public following can do the same. So I will ask you some further questions about dioxins, but I'm not going to ask them right now.
Okay.
You tell us in your proof at 2.20, these are assessments you have been undertaking for years, and you give us the detail for each assessment. And then in the next paragraph, and it's a point you make that it's a fact that no expert statutory consultee has objected, and that there's been independent scrutiny from air quality consultants, which you've already just mentioned already. Any comfort that the public or indeed the inspector can take from that, in your view?
Well, yes, fundamentally, numerous expert consultees looked at the information that was provided, and I can run through briefly what I've taken from their responses, but also air quality consultants, Cambridge County Council's own independent expert consultant, who are a long-established and well-respected consultancy in air quality. They provide advice and input to not only local authorities, but also developers and industry, and are involved in work on developing air quality modelling and assessment tools. Fundamentally, they raised points of confirmation that were required in the Regulation 25 notices, but effectively approved the findings that we produced, and identified that with the support of a permit variation, an environmental permit variation, which will be needed for the process, they considered that there was no potential for harm to air quality or human health. The other expert consultees that considered the planning application included the Environmental Protection Officer for Huntingdonshire District Council, who obviously undertook a detailed assessment and made detailed comments on the air quality assessments. Cambridge County Council's Ecology Officer, who considered the potential air quality impact on local ecological sites. Natural England considered the potential impact of the air quality data on the ooze washes, which is a site of special scientific interest and a special area of conservation and a special protection area and a Ramsar site. Public Health England, as was, which is now the UK Health Security Agency, they also noted their expectation that emissions from all phases of the development would be subject to control, including during any demolition construction activities, and confirm that they will provide detailed information as a consultee to the Environment Agency at the environmental permitting stage. HSE had no comment to make, and the Environment Agency noted the requirement for a permit variation, but also included additional guidance on best available techniques, water use and water storage, as well as supporting documents that will be required, such as dust management plans, fire prevention plans, etc., for the site. So all of those expert consultees and consultants have considered the data and deemed that they have no objection to make.
Yeah, and hence what you say about the comfort you would hope the public would take, I think. Now, one of the interested parties, I think Ms. Moosey, said, well, she said Cambridgeshire County Council, but I think she meant the Inspector or the Secretary of State, should not rely on the Environment Agency to consider the impacts after planning has been considered. Can I have your comment on that, please?
The inspector doesn't need to rely on the Environment Agency because the information has been submitted and the evidence demonstrates that there will not be any significant impact on air quality. That said, the Environment Agency will naturally, as the environmental regulator, be responsible for varying the environmental permit should they see fit. And in doing so, their dedicated air quality modelling and assessment unit will review the submissions, the air quality assessments that will have to be submitted as part of the environmental permitting scheme as well.
Thank you. Now, you've already touched on this, but a point you make at 3.2 in your proof is about the conservative or worst case or overly cautious assumptions you've made. Anything else? You have already made some reference there, but anything else to say on that point?
Yes, so we do have to make some assumptions when we are developing an air quality assessment. For example, as I've already mentioned, if a plant hasn't been built, we can't rely on monitoring data to work out exactly what's being emitted from the chimney.
Unlike the existing biomass boilers.
Unlike the existing biomass boilers, for which we had monitored NOx data and only NOx data. So we still had to make an assumption on the levels of particulate that might be discharged. As a result, we would always assume the worst case emission limit value. And similarly, when we have to make other assumptions, we aim for the worst case. So we assess air quality, we undertake air quality assessments using 5 years worth of meteorological conditions, such that should one year be particularly dry and therefore perhaps wet deposition would be impacted, i.e. would be reduced, and that will be countered by the conditions on another year. We assume that all of the plants operate continuously throughout the year, unless there is good justification for not doing so, which there wasn't in this case. So everything was assumed to operate continuously, except for the gas-fired boiler, which was modelled separately, because that's only required at certain times of the year.
Yeah, can I actually, on that point, can I just stop? So I stop here because I've got a question for you on that. Mr. Oath in his evidence has, for example, assumed that the hearth, because Mr. Oatham's giving climate change implications, benefits, and so on evidence. He's assumed that the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, I think, only operates for 6,000 hours a year. So with that, how does that sit with your assumption that operates all year round?
Well, from an air quality perspective, we've assumed a worst case because we've assumed it operates 24/7.
Yeah.
So when we're modelling a normal year, that would be 8,760 hours that the discharge is for. Obviously, on a leap year, it would be 8,784 hours for the year. And therefore, that way we get the worst case results. We've also considered, with regards to the healthcare energy recovery facility, we've assumed that it includes some short-term elevated emissions and some what we call other than normal operating conditions. And other than normal operating conditions are those that might occur, for example, when an abatement process isn't functioning at 100% efficiency, it's had blockage or a bag filter burst or whatever it might be. And these specified short-term emissions are identified in the Industrial Emissions Directive, which is transposed into UK law through the environmental permitting regime. The allowance for short-term emissions, when we undertake a basic short-term release, we would consider the half-hourly emission limit values, which don't apply to all pollutants, but where they do, they are higher than the daily average, which is what we generally apply. And then when it comes to the other than normal operating conditions, a process is allowed to have these elevated emissions for up to 4 hours at a time. So if something starts to, if the emissions start to rise and the normal emission limit value is going to be exceeded, the plant is allowed to discharge at a higher concentration for up to 4 hours, after which it has to be shut down. It has to have been shut off by 4 hours' time. And over the course of a year, that can only occur for a total of 60 hours. So within our air quality assessment, we've added an assessment of these additional higher emission limit values and emissions that might occur under other than normal operating conditions.
And so, right, so basically, so that assumes that plant has some issue with it as much as it possibly can throughout the whole, up again, right up to the limit.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I think sort of finally on this point, at points 3.7 and 3.8 of my proof, I talk about the differences in the way the assessments can be undertaken when it comes specifically to nitrogen dioxide. Contributions of nitrogen dioxide form only a small part of the NOx release, the oxides of nitrogen release. It's a combined release. And in actual fact, for a standard combustion process, the percentage of NO2 at the point of discharge, so like at the top of the chimney, would be usually about 5 or 10% of NO2 in the NOx emission. That converts over time. The NOx converts over time, so more of the NO that's in that combination converts to NO2. And when one undertakes an air emissions risk assessment using the Environment Agency's tool, they have a sort of a quite an easy access, albeit now moving to Excel spreadsheet that you can populate to determine what the impact is. The requirement there is that you assume that 100% of the long-term NOx level converts to NO2. So that's over the course of a year, effectively, because we're talking about a long-term assessment level. And so you assume that 100% of that converts to NO2. Because in the short term, not all of the NOx will be NO2 because it leaves the stack at 5 or 10% and converts gradually. You can assume, that only 50% of the total contribution of NOx becomes NO2 in the short term when you're undertaking a short-term assessment. Now, we use that as our first step in any air quality assessment because it shows the linkage between any assessment that's been done using the Environment Agency's basic tool and our modelling tool. However, there is additional modelling guidance from the Environment Agency, which says, in actual fact, not that much NOx will convert to NO2. And so when you're producing model data, which is far more accurate and far more detailed, you can assume that only 70% of the long-term NOx, rather than 100%, converts to NO2 over the course of the year. And only 35% rather than 50% of the NOx converts to NO2 in the short term. We didn't do that second assessment because using that first screening stage, which is less stringent, is more stringent, we were screening as insignificant or otherwise not significant across all areas outside of the site boundary.
Fine, thank you, understood. Now, having said all that, Mrs. Hope, I think it was, I think suggested on Tuesday that the assessments contain various best case assumptions.
I couldn't possibly agree with that when it comes to the air quality assessments, because we always aim to provide a worst case approach, and I've just given some examples of how we've applied that.
Yeah, well, what about all the assessments? What are we including the dioxins assessment?
Yeah, absolutely. So we assume that because with dioxins and furans, 90% of the exposure, 90% of the uptake by the human body is deemed to be through food intake, unless there's been a significant accident or emission somewhere, as in the case of Seveso in 1976. We have made an assumption that at the receptors we have modelled, and we started off at the point of maximum process contribution, which is actually on the site, it's within the site boundary. We've assumed that an individual there has obtained all of their milk, meat and eggs, fruit and vegetables from that location. So we've naturally assumed, firstly, they don't grow fruit and vegetables on the site, and that was our starting point for our point of maximum. But even at all of the receptors, yes, absolutely, there are local farmers in the area, and I am very sure that they consume their own products. But it is unlikely even for a farmer that they would grow and consume all of their milk, eggs, meat, fruit and vegetables from that single source.
Right, understood. Now, Kim Moosey made another couple of points. I think one was about WHO guidelines. Can you recall that one?
Yep, I do.
And the difference between assessment levels.
That's right. I think Mrs. Moosey said that the World Health Organization, so the WHO guidelines for some pollutants are now more stringent.
Yeah.
And she's right, in 2021, the guidelines were reduced. I think she also mentioned a point about DEFRA, that there are no safe levels of particulate matter. And I think by that she's referring to a DEFRA study, quite dated now, I think it's 2012, I think that study was. However, it's the government and therefore ultimately DEFRA that issues the air quality standards and relies on the air quality strategy in the UK. And they have not adopted the World Health Organization guidelines yet. They are only guidelines. That's not to say that they won't in the future, but at the moment, we're still working to the air quality standards, which are specified in the air quality strategy, and environmental assessment levels identified by the Environment Agency. Any change to those always undergoes a detailed scientific assessment by the government, by the people, through people like the Environment Agency, to determine whether or not we actually agree with the levels that are being specified.
Okay, thank you, understood. I think Ms. Moosey also queried why the health risk assessment does not address NO2 and particulates.
The human health risk assessment was specific to dioxins, furans, and dioxin like PCBs, because those don't have air quality standards or environmental assessment levels. Where those are available, they're included in the air quality assessment. So they were modelled and they were assessed. The potential health impact is assessed in the air quality assessment.
Of NO2 and particulates.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, understood. Right. Anything else to say about conservative and worst case and so on? Generally, before I ask you about your examples of similar facilities, studies and locations section. No, okay. So you've got a section in your proof where you do discuss some what you describe as similar facilities and their locations, and that's 3.1, and at 3.2 is by way of a wrap up, as it were. You say, in short, many areas are considered suitable, including areas that are, in any objective view, more sensitive than the area of the appeal site. What, if anything, should the public take from that?
Well, I provided some examples by way of trying to demonstrate that sites, processes which are similar to the appellant proposal are available across the country, but also in some areas which are similar, so perhaps more rural than urban, including areas with farmers' fields associated with them and food growing areas, but also in areas where more people will be present, and therefore from a human health perspective, potentially there could be a more significant impact, i.e. a greater number of people, or indeed at a hospital site where obviously you've got very sensitive people, very vulnerable people potentially staying in the hospital, certainly when it comes to things like respiratory pollutants. What I would say, I must qualify this, is that every study has to be taken on its own merits. And I would never say that just because one thing fits in one location, it naturally fits in a similar location. And I'm absolutely not trying to say that. But each of the examples provided shows that through air quality modelling and assessment, and indeed human health risk assessments that have been undertaken at the planning stage or are available through permitting, each of those 4 sites can be compared one way or another to the proposed site. So I listed 2 Clinitec healthcare waste facilities, one of which was in a suburb of Stoke-on-Trent, so a city centre location, or sorry, city location. And the other in a rural and relatively remote area, which was surrounded by agricultural land. It's also close to the River Severn and is just upstream of the Mythe water treatment works that actually provides most of Gloucestershire's water, including my drinking water. On this point, I will just pick up that Mrs. Moosey also suggested that the example of Clinitec at Stoke wasn't representative, it wasn't as sensitive. And I think John Marsh also queried the suitability of the sites, the examples given. But the Stoke site has residential neighbours. It has approximately, and it was a very rough assessment I made of the number of houses to the north of the facility from about 150 metres away. And another 200, about 200 metres to the south of the site, as well as a school playing field, which is 200 metres away, and the school itself, which is about 300 metres away. So I would consider that it is you know, there are comparisons with local residents and, in fact, educational facilities in that area as well, albeit it's a more urban area than we're looking at here. I then looked at Addenbrooke's healthcare waste incinerator. That is obviously within the grounds of the hospital. And it takes healthcare waste, including some infectious waste, but it's also permitted to take items seized by law enforcement agencies, public service uniforms, confidential papers, radioactive wastes, animal tissue and plant tissues. Now that has a much higher chimney than that's proposed at the appellant site, or indeed that are present at any of the other example sites I gave. I would suggest that's more for historical reasons, because it's been an incinerator at that site since 1970, when the chimney was put up. And certainly the technologies were slightly different then. And then I also looked at the Novus environmental site. That includes a pet crematorium and also an autoclave facility or facilities. I'm not sure how many autoclave lines they've got. And so that takes animal byproducts and infectious wastes. And that's in a rural area on the Cambridgeshire-Hertfordshire border. With the exception of the Novus environmental site, all of the processes I detailed, so the 4 of them, 2 Clinitec and the Addenbrooke site, excepting the Novus environmental site, they all have planning permission and permits for the facilities that I discuss. Novus Environmental does have a permit, but as far as I'm aware, it hasn't tried to vary that permit to incorporate the scheme that I refer to in my proof. It does, however, have a permit for a pet cremation line, which is already on site. So nothing changes except the scheme I specifically relate to was a new scheme, which I believe it's certainly got planning. I don't believe it's necessarily been carried forward through to a permit variation yet.
Now, stack height is something you discuss in your proof at 3.40. I should say, anything else to say about the other size?
No.
I've got a question about stack height. You discuss this at 3.40 in your proof. Various people have raised a point at how stack height was arrived at, why this high, and suggested it might be higher. Can you assist with an oral explanation, as it were?
Yeah, I'll certainly try to.
Yeah.
So the heights of all of the discharge points, not just the healthcare waste energy recovery facility, albeit I appreciate that's the one that is the more contentious and is being discussed most at this appeal. But the heights for all of the processes were identified initially by the technology provider, who obviously understand in detail the volume of flue gases that they're trying to discharge. We then modelled at those stack heights for each of the processes. And the results of the dispersion modelling exercise identified that at all sensitive receptors and all locations outside of the site boundary, the process contributions would screen as insignificant or otherwise not significant. Therefore, on the basis of the detail that the technology provider had given to me on the discharge conditions from each of the processes and the results of the air quality assessment, the stack height is appropriate, or the stack heights are appropriate for each of the processes.
Thank you. Understood. Yeah. Miss Blows gave a number of actually I've got a prior question. This is not particularly a point about Mr. Whitehouse's evidence at all, but Mr. Whitehouse in his proof has got appended a couple of comparator appeal decisions. Have you seen those?
Yes.
One of them concerns Merchant Park, and I don't know if you need to turn it up to see this, or you've spotted this. Paragraph 37 of that decision letter, it's reported that the Rule 6 party there, TRG, contended, I don't know whether it was disputed, but they contended that, quote, air quality within the local area is poor relative to the World Health Organization, WHO guidance for NOx and PM 2.5. Any comparison with the position here?
No direct comparison in that the air quality in the local area here is good, it's not poor, but fundamentally the work that we do and the work that I'm sure was done for the Merchant Park assessment takes the background into account. So I mentioned before about process contributions, what the process is actually delivering to the local area as far as the pollutant load is concerned. But also we then produce, we calculate out the predicted environmental concentration, which takes the background into account. If the background pollution levels are high, but if air quality is poor in the area, there is that gets factored in at that point. The assessment is still the same as to whether the contributions are insignificant or not otherwise significant, or indeed are significant and need further consideration.
Yeah, great, understood, thank you. Right, I did have a question about Mrs. Blows. Mrs. Blows, when she spoke, gave a number of references to studies concerning birds and NO2 and particulates, and I think carbon monoxide. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Have you been able to consider the references that she gave?
Yes, I have.
Do they alter your view?
No. So the two main papers, there were 5 references to papers or web pages that Mrs. Blows provided. And the 2 main papers, you'll forgive me, I am reading my notes on this because I haven't read them in the last few days. 2 main papers reported literature reviews of previous studies, largely, and they considered exposure of birds to various pollutants, including, although absolutely not limited to, NO2, CO, and particulate. None of the references identified any quantifiable levels at which an assessment could be made, and therefore the assessment levels that we have used, so the air quality standards, the environmental assessment levels, and the critical levels and loads which relate specifically to assessing contributions to ecological receptors, are still appropriate. They have been applied in this case.
Thank you. Shall we turn then to dioxins and furans and doxamide PCBs, which is in your proof at 3.3.2. Now, actually, I do have a question about one core document because it's your first reference here to the World Health Organization publication, which is CD 6.1.1. I don't know if you need to turn that up probably
I have a copy here.
you've got a copy. Great.
Yeah.
Could you turn to it, please? Now, I think the first question I had, you probably already answered, because I was going to ask, why is it headed dioxins, not dioxins and furans?
It does actually state in that document on the third paragraph on the first page, it talks about what's considered by the paper, and it does detail dioxins, furans, and dioxin like PCBs. But fundamentally, the three are that there are a number of congeners, a number of species within each of those groups. And they are a family of structurally and chemically similar chemicals and compounds, which contain hazardous properties.
Yeah.
So the paper does cover all of
Yeah,
them.
well, that was what I wanted to check. I wanted to make sure that a member of the public picking it up and seeing it has dioxins at the top
Dioxins,
might
no.
think, but what about the furans and the dioxin
Yeah,
like
does cover all of them.
PCBs? It covers them all. Now, I see one of the things it talks about is the need for proper incineration. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, so the WHO fact sheet states that the proper incineration of contaminated materials is the most appropriate method of disposal, is the best available method of disposal of these substances, and of preventing and controlling exposure to dioxins. The reasoning behind that is that incineration applies specific temperatures and residence times to ensure that such chemical compounds are broken down. That said, dioxins can be formed by combustion, not only anthropogenic combustion, such as wood burners at home, incinerators. Quite honestly, bonfire night is a classic for air pollution, including for dioxins. But they are formed through a specific temperature window. Is their preference, is preferential for their formation. That temperature window is 200 to 450 degrees C. So outside of that window, the potential for formation of dioxins reduces massively. When we're talking about incinerators, not just in the UK, but also all across Europe through the Industrial Emissions Directive, there's a requirement of a minimum temperature and residence time included within the incineration process, which is 850 degrees C or more for a standard incinerator, if you like, and hazardous waste, which contains more than 1% halogenated organic compounds, such as chlorine, that would have to go up to 1100 degrees C, and the residence time for either is 2 seconds. But that combination of operational controls ensures that dioxins are destroyed at those temperatures. Additionally, of course, we've also got abatement techniques, and the purpose of those is to remove and reduce any reformation dioxins, because they can occur in the cooling process as well. And so the abatement technique subsequent to combustion mops those up, if you like, and removes them from the flue gases.
Okay. Thank you.
And it's those sorts of controls that make incineration the best way of.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. Right. Now you've got a very detailed dioxins assessment, and I don't want you to take anywhere near the time it would take to actually walk us through the minutiae of it. But could you give us something potted that gets it across, do you think?
I can try. Yes. As I mentioned earlier, human exposure is largely through the food chain. That's agreed by the World Health Organization and the UK Committee on Toxicology, unless we have an accidental release, such as in the case of Seveso. So what we did with our assessment was we assumed that individuals at the sensitive receptors that we modelled, which, as I mentioned earlier, started on site at the point of maximum contribution. So we assumed that there was a receptor living there, if you like, and then at other places around the site, including the Rapt Foundation and other residential properties. We assumed that individuals living, and I use that in inverted commas because I'm also talking about the site, living at those locations consumed all of their meat, milk, eggs, fruit and vegetables grown and raised specifically at that location. They also inhale the air, which would have a dioxin loading. All of the process contribution, dioxin and fluoride, have been modelled in the dispersion model. And we assume that individuals have a daily uptake from the consumption of all those foodstuffs and the inhalation. We also include a background inhalation level. So again, significantly overly conservative approach, because it would be unlikely that many people would ever produce and consume all of those foodstuffs for themselves in one location. The results were then presented in the human health risk assessment and were assessed against the tolerable daily intakes that we were talking about earlier. I summarise at 347 to 349 that the results predicted that there was less than 1% contribution to the 2 picograms per kilogram per day tolerable daily uptake for adults at all locations.
Sorry, could you repeat that again, please? That last bit.
Yep. So the results predicted less than 1% contribution to the 2 picogram per kilogram tolerable daily intake for adults at all locations. And you will be able to refer to this in my proof, sir. It's at 347 and 3.49. 3.47, 3.49. And then when it comes to the loading to children, when we consider receptor number 5, which is the caravan site to the north of the site, the loading was 2.1% of the tolerable daily intake to children. Both of those contributions would be considered to be insignificant when we apply the 10% screening factor, if you like, that we would apply to air quality assessments for short-term exposure, which a daily assessment would be. And I'll just double check. Yes, so you'll find those figures at 3.48. From there, we went on to calculate the risk level.
3.48, 3.47.
We start at 3.47.
Yeah.
But that's the start of the detail. Sorry, you're right. The 3.48 is where we go on to add the dioxin like PCBs. Yeah. So my apologies. So it is 3.7, 3.47. From those figures, we can make an assessment of the risk of contracting cancer through the process contributions of the dioxins and furans that we've applied in the assessment level, in the assessment rather. And the risk level that is deemed to be appropriate in the UK, it's a unitless number because it's a risk, but it's effectively 1 in 100,000 is the level. And so that translates to a number of 1 times 10 to the minus 5, which is 0.00001. We made that assessment and the figures for that are presented in 3.50. But effectively what that does, what this risk level does, and the acceptability, the UK acceptable risk level, it's the accepted level of risk equivalent to a lifetime cancer risk of 1 in 100,000. And it's the approach that's applied for setting health criteria values for what we call non-threshold substances. And these are those which pose an inherent risk at any level of exposure. So that's why we can't say, like with the air quality assessments, if you are less than X amount, it's okay. We rely on the tolerable daily intake and then convert that to a risk level. That health criteria value is set for soils by DEFRA, and therefore is relevant to uptake by animals and therefore relevant to uptake by humans through eating animals, drinking milk, or eating eggs. And likewise fruit and vegetables, because obviously they require the soil to grow. And I think that's it. The couple of points I would like to pick up on.
Can I just check, sorry, Dr. M, because we're looking at, I'm looking at your 350, and you've told us orally what the UK risk level is, which is 0.000001.
Yeah.
What have your assessments got you to?
So the assessments resulted in risk levels of 4.8 times 10 to the minus 7 for adults, and that would be 0.00000048.
Right. Okay. So that's another couple of zeros. Even I can see that.
Zeros, yes.
Yeah.
And 2.7 times 10 to the minus 6 for children.
Yeah.
So 0.00000027.
Yeah.
So it's only 1 0.
There's that's another zero. So that's how they sit below the accepted risk level.
That's right. So putting it perhaps in slightly easier terms, it equates to about 5% or 1/20th of the risk level for adults, and about 27% or a third of the acceptable risk level for children. And bearing in mind, this is the risk of contracting cancer, but based on an acceptable risk level of 1 in 100,000. What I was going to go on and raise were a couple of the points that were raised by interested parties earlier in the week. Mr. Criswell noted that we can't confirm that incineration is 100% safe. And then in the evidence in chief of Mr. Whitehouse, when he was asked about my proof 3.22, which quoted the committee report, paragraph 6.15, and what comfort that might give to local residents. Ultimately, the assessment of the potential impact from risk and mitigation measures employed through the appellant process seek to minimise risk at the site. The assessments that I have undertaken suggest that the risk is very low. We do have to remember that nothing is without risk in this world. We could walk down the stairs outside and there's a risk to that as well. It's all has to be based on the level of risk and the acceptability of the risk due to the science and evidence provided that that risk is actually likely to occur.
Okay, thank you. You've got a further section where you discuss uptake from other pathways at 3.59, which I think is about water. Drink. Is that right?
Yes, principally. So it had been raised in the scoping opinion for the impact assessment that obviously watercourses flow through the agricultural fields, and what would happen with animal uptake from drinking the water. A couple of points really about dioxins and how we get them into the assessment. The Human Health Risk Assessment Protocol does not recommend evaluating the ingestion of groundwater. Now, groundwater is not surface water, it's different, it's the water that will be below the ground, when we're considering dioxins and the family of dioxins, if you like. And that's because groundwater is considered to be an insignificant exposure pathway from combustion emissions, because effectively dioxins are as good as insoluble. That's what this whole section aims to demonstrate, the level of solubility and the potential impact from it. As a result, drinking water sources are expected to be much more significant within the Human Health Risk Assessment Protocol that we apply. But even then, it generally discounts both inhalation and ingestion from water of animals, because it's considered that the contribution to the total risk is based on the food uptake rather than, the biggest contribution is based on the food uptake rather than the water uptake. That said, we've tried to make an assessment, which you will see, and we've done it in a couple of ways. We started off moving back a little bit to my paragraph 3.51. We looked at uptake by animals and how that would relate to the food standards limits. And the contributions there are incredibly small. So you'll see this is on page 26 of my proof. The table there shows that the percentage contribution of uptake of dioxins and furans into beef equates to 0.2756% of the food standard for meat. And the contributions to eggs, chicken and pork are about 100 times lower than that from the calculated values from the process contributions. When it comes to water specifically, the assessment that we did, which is presented in detail in Appendix 3, effectively assumed that a number of pools and ponds, which are clearly evident on mapping at the Heath Fruit Farm, form a water source which is used for drinking both by humans and animals. And effectively what we assumed was that animals drank the amount of water they would drink each day from that source, and humans would drink the amount of water they would drink from that source, and made an assessment as to the contributions that made. And the results are, as I say, this is presented in full in Appendix 3, but they confirm that with limited large-scale water resources in the area for direct use, so there's no reservoir in the immediate area, so these water sources wouldn't generally be used by animals or humans. And we've applied significantly worst case assumptions to the assessment, to the point that the assumptions are quite far-fetched, really, by way of demonstrating a worst case approach. That the contribution of dioxin and furan intake from water sources in the area is absolutely negligible. So if humans were drinking from those pools, which we've combined as one, and animals were drinking from those, and then humans were eating the animals, the contributions would be negligible from the water specifically.
Okay, thank you. Understood. Anything else to say about toxins, furans in terms of the assessments you've run before I turn to a short section you have about the impact on other local businesses?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. You do have this, you've got a brief paragraph 3.68 where you discuss representations in relation to impact on local businesses. Do you want to read that paragraph, please, and I'll ask you a question?
Sorry, did you ask
Sorry,
me to?
3.68.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
apologise.
I've got
It's
that, yeah.
3.68 in your proof.
You'd like me to read it? Sorry.
I've got, yes, please read it out
Sorry,
loud.
that was the bit I misheard. At 3.68, we say several of the original representations suggested impact on local businesses and operations due to customer concerns should the appeal development be permitted. And this is repeated in recent representations to the inspector. However, as demonstrated by my evidence detailed thus far, there is no scientific basis for the suggested concerns.
Thank you. Mr. Bluff, you may recall, referred to correspondence and has provided, I think there has been provided in one of the responses to the application, back at application stage, the letter from the British Egg Council. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
Your comment on that, please.
It certainly flags concerns about the proposed facility in the local area and being immediately adjacent to Mr. Bluff's farm, but it doesn't specifically state that business will be removed from him as a farmer due to the facility.
Anything about that letter that causes you to alter what you've just read out, in fact?
No, that was taken into account well before I saw that at the original planning application stage.
Okay. Applying a test of reasonable basis as to whether there's a reasonable basis for concern, including on the part of local businesses, reasonable basis for concern of obviously harm to health or well-being. Your evidence on that, please.
All of the evidence I've provided would suggest that there is no reasonable basis.
Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say before concluding?
No.
No. Okay. Fine. Well, I'm not proposing unless so you'd like me to have Dr. Owen, because I'm conscious of the time, to read out her summary conclusions, for example. So unless I am slightly looking to you on this, it's been an exercise, as you know, aimed not only at you but also at the public. So unless you feel there's anything else I might have Dr. Owen to say, I will end my questions there.
No, I'm happy to end it there.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Right. Thank you, Dr. Owen. My learned friend, Mr. Grant, may have some questions for you.
I think that was intended to make it easy to follow. It's complicated stuff, isn't it, Dr. Owen?
Well, it's a detailed scientific report, yeah.
Yes. And you bring to the table, I think, 30 years of your experience
Almost
in the field.
29, thank you.
29, and you tell us about your doctorate and so on in your CV section of your proof.
Mhm.
And I don't want to stray with you into matters which are for planning issues rather than environmental issues, but so far as the last question you were asked about whether or not that's a reasonable basis, that is, your answer is predicated, isn't it, on the degree of risk that you've identified in your technical evidence and relating that risk to what are the acceptable tolerances within the science.
The science suggests that there is no impact that would be, no significant impact. There's no impact that would be considered to be significant.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and the significance is relevant, isn't it, to what are deemed to be acceptable tolerances within the science?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. And that's the reason, isn't it, why the consultation response that you referred to within your written evidence, remember, from the UK Health Security Agency, or
Mhm.
Public Health England, as it's previously known as that.
They were
Now,
Public Health England
Yeah,
previously.
Public Health England. That's why, isn't it, that they wrote in their consultation response that risk can't be eliminated, because as you've described in your evidence, you then go on to look at, well, what are the tolerances and where does it sit in relation to that?
That's correct.
Yeah. And you understand, don't you, that the council's position, which was and remains, that there is no issue that the council take, that the risks remain within the acceptable tolerances from a scientific perspective. Yes?
That's correct. It's common ground. Yeah.
Good. Second thing I want to ask you about, and I indicated to my friend, I thought I was able to be relatively brief with you this afternoon. You gave a little bit of evidence in chief about the process by which the chimney stack height is arrived at. Do you remember? And you took us helpfully to a specific paragraph within your proof. And I just want to understand a couple of things about that. Do you remember me asking Mr. Cooper yesterday, and he said that you were the best person to ask?
He was probably right.
Now, as a matter of common sense, and we can see it from other examples you've given in your evidence, not every HERF, as we call it, is of the same height, is it?
No.
No. And in order to arrive at the height of a HERF, there's a modelling process that has to be undertaken in order to determine the appropriate height.
That's the most logical way to do it, yes.
And the modelling process involves necessarily, doesn't it, injecting inputs into the modelling.
That's correct.
And so far as those inputs are concerned, I just want some help with you on that. Does that include, for instance, the type of material that's going to go through the incinerator?
There's a waste specification that the technology provider will have designed the installation to. Yes.
So it's the waste specification. Does it have reference to the volume of waste that's going to be put through?
Yes.
And therefore you have to take a volume, input it into the modelling, and that is then reflected in
No,
the
that
output.
doesn't go into my modelling. That's
Pardon?
all for the technology provider.
I'm so sorry. Can you say that again?
That wouldn't go into my modelling, not the volume of waste. The volume of flue gases would go into my modelling.
Okay. So the volume of flue gases goes into the modelling for the chimney stack height, does it?
It goes into the dispersion modelling, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of then that volume, is that related to the volume of material that is going through the incinerator?
Yes.
Yeah.
At any one time, not over the course of the years. So.
And if we can just turn to your reference in your proof for you to just help me on one other matter related to this. You make a reference to the, I'm just trying to find the reference, actually, you might be able to help me. It's the tonnage, I think, of gases that go through per hour or per 2 hours.
I think you'll find those are in the section where I'm comparing the processes, giving the examples.
Yeah.
That is my section 3.1 or appendix 1.
3.1. You know your way around this better than anyone, so perhaps you can take us to that reference and then I'm going to ask you about it.
When you say reference, we're looking at pages 15 and 16, or I'm looking at page 15 and 16, section 3.1.
Yes.
And what you want me to tell you where the tonnages are? So is that the question?
Yeah.
Yeah. In which case, I believe that those are actually in the appendix rather than in the written text. Let me just go to the appendix. So within the appendix, there's a table in the appendix, and I present in there sort of a brief calculation in each, which includes the emission concentration that will have been modelled. That is then multiplied by the volumetric flow rate of the flue gases, which is the figure in each section with the units n meter cube per second, so normal meter cube per second.
Yeah, thank you. And then if you turn to 3.14 on page 15, you're talking here about the Malvern site. And if you follow down to the 5th line in that paragraph, you can see a reference, can't you, to processing capacity? You see that?
Yes.
And you see there 1 tonne per hour at Malvern, and the proposed processing capacity here is 2 tonnes per hour. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And again, so in terms of the data inputs that goes into the modelling process, does that include inputs relating to processing capacity?
Not the waste throughput, no, but the waste throughput will have an impact on the volumetric flow rate that's going up the stack.
Exactly. And that then feeds into this modelling exercise.
Mm-hmm.
So the variety of factors that we've talked about, and I'm sure there are lots more, those are inputs that are identified in the modelling process, and those inputs assist in producing the stack height that is then pursued for the chimney.
No, I think we're getting a little bit confused. So the stack height for this particular project, the original stack height for all of the processes, not just for the HERF, was identified by the technology provider. Mm-hmm. They determine what the volumetric flow rate is going to be through their process. So that's all done by them. It's nothing to do with me. We then take that stack height as a starting point, if you like, and we ensure that it is suitable and sufficient for good dispersion. From my perspective, that's what I'm interested in. And at that point, it goes into the rest of the development. What the model showed was that modelling at a 26 metre stack height enabled us to screen the process contributions as insignificant or otherwise not significant, and therefore requiring no further assessment.
Yeah, but the various factors that we've discussed over the last 5 or 10 minutes are factors that went into that modelling process, whether it's at the engineering end or at your end, aren't they?
Yes, but I've had nothing to do with the engineering end, so I can't comment on that. I can only comment on the volumetric flow rate that I was given for the flue gases, the discharge conditions of the flue.
Yeah, and I think what you said to me earlier was that so far as those volumetric flow rates are concerned, they are contingent on the volume of waste that goes, well, the volume of gases, which is itself contingent on the volume of waste.
Amongst other things, yes, but that's not modelling that I do. I don't design the process. It's part of the design of the modelling process.
Yeah, it's part, in other words, part of the process by which, through a combination of you and the engineers, by which you come up in the end with the proposed height of the chimney stack.
Well, the proposed height of the chimney stack was specified by the technology provider, by the engineers. I simply modelled and ensured that it was suitable and sufficient.
Yes, I know that. But the height that is produced by the technology engineers is results, doesn't it, from the various data that goes into the exercise
that they put into their models and their systems, yeah.
Yeah, and some of that data is some of the data we've discussed over the last few minutes,
Absolutely.
isn't it? Good. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. I've just had a quick look through my notes. I don't have any questions of the witness. There are no questions from me. But there is there is a point of clarification I'd like to just ask you. If you just bear with me a second.
Of course, no problem.
So you mentioned very briefly about short-term conditions for when you may exceed an emission level.
Yes,
And you reference 4 hours and then 60 hours over the year.
yes.
And it's just a very brief question. Was that across the board emissions you were referring to, or is that, was that like a total limit, or was it for a particular emission threshold?
No, so there's no specified emission threshold when that exceedance potentially occurs. So when we're having these other than normal operating conditions, and there are assumptions made within the dispersion modelling assessment that assume those levels that go in, so that the concentrations and the mass releases that are occurring at that time. That data has been used in previous studies, not just by me. They're sort of fairly standard numbers now, and have been accepted by the environmental regulator as to levels that are likely to be seen. They're based on research that has been done when these instances are occurring, that identifies the sorts of levels of pollution we might be seeing at those times. So we then model that, and we factor that in to the annual averaging periods, for example. So we assume that for 60 hours over each year, we are discharging at these elevated concentrations.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies. I don't have any further questions. Given that, it's 38 minutes past 4. But there is somebody with a hand up at the back of the room, so I'm not going to ask any further questions of the witness, but I think a member of the public would like to make a comment, so I'll just give a few moments just for them to come up to the desk and use the microphone.
Thank you, sir.
I am, yes, sorry, you had your arm raised. So, sorry.
Afternoon. I'm here with representing Kim Lucy, who placed a lot of the questions from the interested parties. I have been in contact with her. Basically, thank you very much for responding to the questions posed. That was very interesting and did address all of the detail that was requested. Good. That said, it is still a food producing area, and there are sensitive receptors close by, be it the Raptor Centre and the Silks Farm Nursery School. Question of dioxins is highly contentious. It's borne out really by the length of time that we spent today on it, and the amount of time and effort that you have put into this, as requested by MBAR, in going through all of these models and the work that you do for it. It is a very difficult area. Just one point that Kim still wanted to raise. Proof of evidence 3.45, reference was made to the World Health Organization, and they stated that I'll read this. Due to the omnipresence of dioxins and furans, all people are subject to a background exposure and a certain level of dioxins and furans in the body. The World Health Organization states that the current normal background exposure is not expected to affect human health on average. That was put in your report. However, that does go on, and it goes on with a, however, due to the highly toxic potential, efforts are needed to reduce current background exposure. And prevention or reduction of human exposure is best done via source-directed measures, i.e. strict control of industrial processes to reduce the formation of dioxins. I think I personally, and I think those concerned might well conclude that if this healthcare energy facility was denied permission to even be there, then this would absolutely be one sure way of reducing any extra dioxin load in this area. I wouldn't like to predict just how many people have been absolutely assured by this session, but thank you anyway. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those comments.
Was that a question for Dr. Owen or just a comment? Yes, no, I guess no. Yeah, it was a kind of half question, half comment. I don't know. I don't know if Dr. Owen wants to say anything in response, basically.
I don't believe I need to. I believe it was more of a comment, but I'm happy to explain that the comments made about ensuring control, we've already dealt with. The site will be operational at very high temperatures and for specified residence times, such that dioxin formation, any dioxins in the process should be destroyed. Any formation through reformation in cooling will be then collected by the abatement processes. So there should be no concerns for elevated levels of dioxins and furans. There will be levels of various pollutants in the stack, but all of the assessments that we've produced determine that the impact from those will be insignificant or not otherwise significant.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got nothing else to raise. Does anybody else want to raise anything? There's a person with their hand up if they want to. Yep. Could you just introduce yourself first of all, please?
Francis Judd, resident.
Yeah.
Dr. Owen seems to imply that there's no danger or little impact going to come from the emission of dioxides and furans. But I just want to ask, did she make any investigation into people that would be affected, people that have breathing problems, suffer from COPD, who have allergies? Did she do any research into that? And we already know that that birds, as Elizabeth Blowes has said, the birds at the Raptor Centre and the chickens at the chicken farm, because they're birds, their respiratory system is very fragile. Did she do any tests or any modelling on those two areas?
Could I invite a response for that, please?
Of course. We did undertake modelling, which considered respiratory pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide and the wrapped foundation was a sensitive receptor that was modelled at that point, as along with other receptors in the area, such as local residents. And when assessed against the air quality standards and the environmental assessment levels and the critical levels and critical loads, which are designed to protect ecological areas, the process contributions were insignificant or otherwise not significant and needing no further assessment.
So people with chest problems or breathing problems or allergies have nothing to worry about.
The levels that we're assessing against are designed to protect human health. Principally, when it comes to the air quality standards, they're designed to protect human health. And as I mentioned earlier, they're the levels at which the science suggests there is no problem below that. Therefore, if we were suggesting that the air quality assessment, sorry, the air quality standard, either the limit values or the target values were going to be exceeded, then yes, I would agree there would be something to worry about. But that's not what the model shows us. It's not what the evidence is presenting.
Well, I think we beg to differ on that point, but thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you for those contributions. Does anybody else want to raise anything further? I'll take that as a no. I'm looking to close for this evening, reconvene tomorrow, unless anybody has any. So sorry, it's been a long week.
I've had enough for 1 week.
We're going to reconvene on Tuesday. Yeah.
May I speak?
Yeah.
The people who are viewing outside didn't get the benefit of what Mrs. Thatcher said following Mrs. Bean's evidence because it wasn't picked up by the microphone, so it's not recorded. There's been a request that if possible you'd be able to summarise that for the recording.
Yeah. Just bear with me a second.
Was this the comment after Mrs. Bean?
It was. Yeah.
I have
I've got some notes.
I've got some notes. Well, yes, I mean, I wonder, sir, if it was written down and read out, maybe it could just be read out again.
Yeah, I've got notes about the airfield being decommissioned
Yeah.
and car storage and so on. But if it was very short, if it was being read from some text and could be just reread,
Or,
that might just put everybody's mind.
or was it ad-libbed?
With respect, I have words written down here, but I can't necessarily.
Okay, well, I think we might have a claim to have something that's close to verbatim note here. I mean, you may have that too, sir, but I'm conscious you're handwriting it down and we're typing. Some people are typing it.
Yes. If you have a note, if you're able to produce that, I do have some notes, but I'm just looking through them all.
Yeah, we could produce a note. We could actually do it and like the same exercise. I think Mr. Whitehouse's
No,
secretary is.
we can't because we can't watch back.
No, I appreciate it, but we can produce a note and we could perhaps show the public what it is and decide whether they're happy for you to then read it out maybe on Tuesday.
We compare our notes and then.
Yeah.
That sounds, if I may say so, sensible. If there's a good typed note, and if that can be produced, and we, as my learning friend suggests, well, one of us or somebody can just read it on Tuesday when we commence.
A type note would be welcomed,
Yeah.
yes, if you're
Yeah.
able to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, we do that.
Yeah, I do have some notes, but yeah, I'm going through everything at the moment, so yeah. Just bear with me a second. Yeah, so we'll reconvene on Tuesday, 9:30. And sorry, there is.
Well, just before, I do have one point just before you close, sir. And
Yeah.
I want to make sure to flag it up now, so no one's in
Yeah.
any way surprised by it. Mr. Otham, when he gives his evidence, wants to say something about a document that's actually been referred to a few times now, which is the NHS clinical waste strategy. It's come up a number of times, but it's not in the core documents. So
Okay.
we'll make sure a copy is available, obviously to you and anyone else who wants to actually look at it. He clearly should be speaking to the document, and you should have it in front of you, my learned friend, and so on. So just to flag that in advance.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks for that. I note that. Thank you. So yeah, the inquiry is adjourned until Tuesday, 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much.